Chapter 177 Melee Combat Suppression. Chapter 177 Melee Combat Suppression. As Su Zimo approached with an intensifying aura, Pang Yu could wait no longer. The pitch-black spear in his hands danced as he strode forth and dived toward Su Zimo. A simple spear with incomparable strength shot out. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. He sidestepped and dodged it. No matter what, he was still not Pang Yu's match in terms of raw power. Furthermore, Su Zimo had already lost his weapon. Now that he was barehanded, all the more he couldn't fight Pang Yu head-on. The pitch-black spear danced in Pang Yu's hands like a gigantic black dragon. Everywhere it passed, it burst with a suppressive force that could destroy everything. Su Zimo kept retreating and the space he could dodge decreased by the second. He was completely restricted by Pang Yu. Everyone could tell that if this was to continue, Su Zimo would undoubtedly lose before long, but the strange thing was that none of them could see any bit of fear in Su Zimo's calm face. Dong. A dull sound rang from the blood pool once more. Everyone's expressions changed as their hearts skipped a beat. Right after, the blood pool started to swirl slowly as though it was being attracted by a force. Before long, a gigantic vortex appeared in the middle of the blood pool, growing deeper by the moment. All the fiend sect cultivators were stunned. They had all realized that the inheritance was about to be born. In the fiend sects, anyone who obtained the item in the blood pool would be completely reborn. If an ordinary fiend sect cultivator obtained it, he could replace a fiend heir entirely. If a fiend heir obtained it, he could very well become the strongest fiend heir of the 7 fiend sect. Who wouldn't mind having a treasure like that? Even Pang Yu seemed to be slightly dazed as his hand moved slower. Right then, Su Zimo's eyes lit up. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the pitch-black spear with a flash of lightning in his palms, a coil and a tremble. Oh! Pang Yu's reaction was extremely fast. The moment he realized something was amiss, he channeled his blood towards his arms and steadied the pitch-black spear with all his might. That was an absolute suppression through strength. But then, Pang Yu's expression changed. The lightning in Su Zimo's palms extended rapidly on the pitch-black spear into Pang Yu's body. As though he was struck by lightning, Pang Yu's body shuddered and he nearly let go of the pitch-black spear as pain surged through his arm as though it was pricked by needles. Swoosh! Immediately, Pang Yu channeled his bloodline to purge away the wanton power of thunder that had entered his body. Steadying himself, he took a deep breath of air and wanted to retaliate. Su Zimo had already seized that opportunity to appear in front of Pang Yu. His knees were slightly bent in a seemingly kneeled position. With a smile, he pushed his hands towards Pang Yu's mouth, looking as if he was holding up an immortal fruit. For some reason, Pang Yu felt his scalp tingle and a chill run down his spine when he saw that pose. Sanguine Ape Fruit Offering. That was a powerful killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness. Pang Yu retreated. He wanted to retract his pitch-black spear and block it in front of Su Zimo. However, the latter followed him like a maggot, ensuring that the distance between them was never more than 1 arm. This was a particular distance. Even though the might of Pang Yu's pitch-black spear was frightening, it became a burden under such a distance. Grabbing his spear with 1 arm, Pang Yu tried to force down Su Zimo's palms with his other arm. A cold glint flashed in Su Zimo's eyes as he changed strategy at the last moment. Gripping Pang Yu's wrist with both hands, he tore it towards both sides while releasing his power of blood. At the same time, Su Zimo stomped his knee forward like a galloping horse. This was another killing move, divine steed dismemberment. Bang! Su Zimo's knee landed squarely on Pang Yu's chest, giving off a dull sound of defeat. Pang Yu's body shuddered as he staggered backwards, his face flushed red for a brief moment. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. If it was anyone else who was struck by the divine steed dismemberment, their arms would have been ripped apart even if their chest wasn't crushed. But now, Pang Yu was merely forced back a couple of steps after receiving that killing move. Instead of losing his combat power, his feral instincts were triggered. How terrifyingly strong was this person's physique? What Su Zimo did not know was that at the moment, the mental shock for Pang Yu was greater. He had thought that Su Zimo's strength would not be a threat to him. However, that move earlier on gave his arms a tearing pain. The bones in his chest felt like they were cracking, his heart stopped for a moment and even his organs were shaking. Killing intent surged fervently in Pang Yu's eyes as his fighting spirit rumbled. With a wrathful roar, he tossed away his pitch-black spear and lunged at Su Zimo with his bare hand. At that sight, Su Zimo praised internally. For Pang Yu, the only way of breaking away from that situation was to cast away the weapon in his hands. Not everybody would be able to react in the midst of such an intense battle and come to that realization. Even then, they may not have the guts to discard their weapons. However, since he had the advantage, Su Zimo would naturally not let Pang Yu make a comeback. While he did not know of any saber techniques, there were way too many melee killing moves in the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness. Pang Yu clenched his fists, charging at Su Zimo's head from the side like two mountains. Su Zimo did not dodge nor avoid it. Stepping forth, he unleashed the stance of the plow heaven stride and retracted both arms to his sides. With a sudden slant, he thrust and pushed forward. Bovin's moon gazing. This move not only allowed him to dodge Pang Yu's killing move, it even allowed him to retaliate. Good move. The corners of Pang Yu's eyes twitched as he changed strategy at the last moment. He pulled his arms in front of him to defend against Su Zimo's punch while sweeping with his legs horizontally. Su Zimo followed suit and changed strategy as well. Suddenly, he bent down and was almost sprawled on the ground. Using all his limbs, he slithered in front of Pang Yu like a gigantic python. After Anaconda Swath came the big killing move. Anaconda Strangle. Su Zimo's body elongated as though he was weak and boneless. He coiled around Pang Yu's legs and channeled his blood, bursting off with an exuberant power of blood. Whoosh! Su Zimo's muscles expanded rapidly and he grew in size, bent on crushing Pang Yu into meat pulp. Ah! Pang Yu realized the danger as well. Roaring, he churned his blood to fight head-on. Both sides exerted power. After a slight pause, Su Zimo realized that he would not be able to do anything to Pang Yu if this carried on. This person's physique was way too strong. With a swift motion, he slid down from Pang Yu's body. Pang Yu was not in the best state either, panting slightly with a blushed face. Right then, his vision blurred. Su Zimo was actually rushing at him again. Boom! A deafening explosion of air could be heard. Pang Yu raised his head to see Su Zimo's fist pummeling down from the skies, looking like a supreme seal that could suppress the ancient times. Its aura was magnificent and terrifying. Taking a deep breath of air, Pang Yu raised his arms and defended against it. Bang! The fist and arm collided, giving off a sound that could chatter one's teeth. Pang Yu's feet sank into the ground, making him seem shorter than Su Zimo. The melee combat fight was way too intense and dangerous. With rapid changes in their moves, both of them fought with lightning speed such that everyone felt their hearts palpitating just by watching. Suppression. Lunatic Pang, who was deemed as the #1 fiend heir in melee combat, was actually being suppressed by an unknown green-robed cultivator. Chapter 178 Skeleton in the Stone Coffin. Chapter 178 Skeleton in the Stone Coffin. After the Sanguine Ape Fist Seal, Su Zimo did not pause at all and thrust forward coiled like a ball with his legs slightly bent. Arriving in front of Pang Yu, Su Zimo's body suddenly bounced off and he struck up with both arms, hitting Pang Yu heavily on the chin. Bang! Pang Yu's head was reared as blood gushed into his eyes. With loosened teeth, he staggered backwards. Back in the Kanglang mountain range, Su Zimo crushed a cultivator's jaws and neck with this sanguine ape fruit offering. But now, Pang Yu merely lost a couple of teeth. Su Zimo leaned in and smashed against Pang Yu's strength with his entire body's might. The latter grunted and his muscular body was sent flying. This did not cause Su Zimo to stop. With a flash of his body, he grabbed Pang Yu by the ankles and exerted strength in his arms. Exhaling deeply, Su Zimo lifted Pang Yu's entire body and smashed it heavily into the ground. Boom! A huge human-sized crater formed on the ground as dust spread everywhere. Many of the fiend sect cultivators were dumbfounded as their mouths twitched uncontrollably. This was an outcome none of them had expected. Everyone could tell that Pang Yu's strength was far superior compared to Su Zimo. However, A single mistake caused him to lose the initiative, and Su Zimo continued the combo till this eventual defeat. Even though it was a short exchange of blows, both parties displayed extremely powerful melee combat techniques. Dong! Yet another dull sound rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Gradually, their pupils constricted as their expressions froze. In the blood pool not far away, an ancient coffin laid quietly at the bottom and was faintly discernible from the vortex. Placed in the middle, it looked as though it was one with the pool. There were many mysterious and esoteric runic patterns etched on the surface of the stone coffin. However, due to the constant flow of blood, most of it was indiscernible and it had a dim glow. There were also huge chains wrapped around the surface of the stone coffin. They were all covered in rust and seemed as though they had been there for a long time. The dull sounds from before came from this stone coffin. All of a sudden, another sound came from the blood pool. Crack, crack, crack. The chains on the stone coffin began to crack and shattered under the watchful eyes of everyone. With a loud boom, the lid of the coffin was lifted by a tremendous force. The dull sound in the stone coffin became even clearer. Dong, dong, dong. It was as though someone was striking the drums of the heavens in a deep and powerful manner. Everyone focused and gasped. A figure was lying in the stone coffin. To be precise, it was a skeleton. However, there was a grisly red heart in the chest of the skeleton and it was beating with great vigor. Dong, dong, dong. The dull sounds were actually the beating of the heart. Many of the fiend sect cultivators were so terrified that they even forgot to breathe. Su Zimo realized this was unexpected. At the very least, the skeleton before him was definitely not within the calculations of the many fiend sect cultivators present. He did not have time to bother about Pang Yu, who was lying in the huge pit. In a flash, he appeared beside Demonis G and whispered, "Hurry up and leave. Something is not right." Demonis G's face was pale as a sheet at the moment. A look of fear flickered in her eyes as she murmured, "It's probably too late." Su Zimo sensed something and followed Demonis G's gaze towards the blood pool once more. In just that short while, the blood in the pool was drained by more than half after gushing into the stone coffin. As for the skeleton in the stone coffin, its body already had a layer of flesh and blood. Although it was thin and translucent, it was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Reincarnation? Or, was the skeleton not dead to begin with? Who was he? At this moment, Su Zimo suddenly realized that he could not move his feet, as if he was being restrained by an invisible force. Sweeping his gaze, he realized that it was the same for the many fiend sect cultivators present. They were all rooted to the spot. Suddenly, the skeleton in the stone coffin sat up. The black holes where its eyes were shone with a sinister red gleam as it opened its mouth and produced a series of tones. "Since you are here, don't leave anymore." Because it had no tongue, the skeleton's pronunciation was unclear. However, everyone could vaguely make out what it was saying. Without any warning, the group of cultivators closest to the blood pool flew through the air towards the stone coffin in the blood pool simultaneously as though they were pulled by something. Their eyes were filled with fright. Those people struggled furiously in midair, wanting to get away from the stone coffin, but to no avail. Some of them had despair in their eyes as they roared and raised their weapons, stabbing at the skeleton in the stone coffin. The long swords that stabbed the skeleton broke on the spot. Many fiend sect cultivators were brought to the vicinity of the skeleton. It opened its mouth and sucked, causing the flesh and blood of a cultivator opposite to gush into its mouth like liquid. In the blink of an eye, a group of fiend sect cultivators perished without a single survivor. The empty, white skeletons that remained fell from midair and scattered beside the stone coffin. After absorbing the fresh blood, the flesh on the skeleton became more abundant. Although it was far from the level of a normal person, its face could already be vaguely made out. Standing up from the stone coffin, the skeleton walked out and surveyed the surroundings with a pair of bloody red holes. It seemed to be able to see everything around it. The skeleton took another breath and the flesh on its face squirmed, as if it was in enjoyment. Such fresh blood. Click, click, clack. At some point in time, Pang Yu had crawled up from the ground. Coughing blood, It was obvious that Suzimo had slammed him hard. Pang Yu cursed, "Fuck. I thought that this was an inheritance ground. Turns out there's an old demon buried here." Swoosh. The skeleton waved. Another group of cultivators flew towards it. Even though the bodies were theirs, they could not control it at all. It was an unstoppable power. Before long, that group of cultivators perished once again, leaving behind a pile of bones as their flesh were all absorbed by the skeleton. Dong dong, dong dong dong. The beating of the skeleton's heart grew louder and stronger. "What should we do?" Demoness G's petite body trembled as she asked softly. She naturally knew that given the situation before them, only fate could decide their lives. Both she and Suzimo were powerless to resist. However, she merely wanted to talk to someone out of the fear in her heart. Suzimo was expressionless as he glared at the skeleton coldly. They stood no chance at all. The skeleton was indeed extremely strong. So strong that it was hard to imagine. However, it had clearly been trapped in the stone coffin for a long time and had just escaped. Although it was recovering its strength, now was also its weakest moment. As long as he could find its weakness, they might be able to obtain a sliver of life. At this moment, the skeleton waved again. About 10 cultivators flew towards the skeleton. Suzimo and Demoness G were among the group. Chapter 179, Thunderclap Kill. Chapter 179, Thunderclap Kill. Suzimo and Demoness G flew towards the skeleton, drawn by some invisible force. In the short process, Suzimo could feel his bloodline stir as though it was about to be extracted. The other fiend sect cultivators did not give up. Some struggled and begged, some screamed hysterically while others raised their weapons and slashed wildly at the skeleton. However, the skeleton was intact and there were no wounds at all. As long as it opened its mouth and sucked, the flesh of the cultivator on the other end would turn into a pool of blood and flow into its mouth. That nourished the flesh on the skeleton and the beating of its heart grew stronger. Before long, it was Suzimo and Demoness G's turn. The skeleton turned around and faced the both of them. The hole in its eyes shone with a bloodthirsty red glow and it was filled with excitement. Demoness G's face was ashen and her eyes were filled with despair. Pest. 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 Right then, Suzimo suddenly took a deep breath, causing a huge current of air to gush into his lungs fanatically. It was akin to an anaconda devouring the sun and moon, trying to turn into a dragon and soar through the heavens. The airflow was extremely fast and violent. When it cut his throat, traces of blood even seeped out with a salty smell. Suzimo's chest bulged in a shocking manner, as if he had swallowed a huge balloon. Kill. Suzimo was one step ahead. Opening his mouth suddenly, he roared and released the airflow as blood boiled in his body. Boom. The roar erupted in the air like thunder. Fiend sect cultivators who were slightly further away from Suzimo frowned, feeling a sharp pain in their ears as they spaced out briefly. Thunderclap Kill. It was an extremely strong thunder art in the Void Thunder manual. Converting sound into energy in an instant, it could produce a powerful impact. However, it was impossible to learn this thunder art since someone had torn away the back half of the Void Thunder manual. Yet, Suzimo had gained some inspiration through his past experiences and had his own insights. Coupled with Anaconda Eclipse of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness, he created a sound spirit technique that possessed quite a formidable power as well. That was the Thunderclap Kill that Suzimo had just executed. Of course, this was not a complete thunder art, it was merely something that Suzimo had deduced. Each time it was released, Suzimo's lungs would suffer immense pressure and possibly even injuries. Unless it was a last resort, Suzimo would not use Thunderclap Kill easily. If Suzimo had managed to gain greater mastery of the marrow cleansing section and used organs refinement to strengthen his lungs, he would naturally be able to withstand the outburst of Thunderclap Kill. Now that Suzimo had used this technique, it was naturally because he was prepared to risk his life. The power of thunder was the strongest of the yang elements and could purge evil. It was the same for Thunderclap Kill. When the skeleton heard that roar, its body trembled and the flesh that coagulated actually showed signs of falling off. Right on the heels of that, Suzimo's eyes shone with a vicious glint. He thrust his right hand using his palm as a knife and stabbed it into the skeleton's chest. Poof! Flashes of blood appeared. Just as Suzimo's hand stabbed into the skeleton's chest, it was stuck. Immediately after, the flesh on Suzimo's palm began to fall off, gushing into the skeleton's body as liquid blood. Click, clack. The skeleton opened its mouth, seemingly mocking Suzimo for overestimating his abilities. In the blink of an eye, the flesh on Suzimo's palm had dissipated, revealing a bloodbone palm. Suddenly, the skeleton trembled. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from the bloodbone palm, spreading across its chest in a shuddering manner. A thin layer of fire that emitted a searing and horrifying heat burned on the surface of the bloodbone palm, as if it could incinerate all living beings. It melted the flesh on the skeleton's chest instantly. Suzimo clenched his teeth and thrust. Instantly, the blood-bone palm extended into the skeleton's chest, spreading its fingers and gripping its beating heart. At that moment, Suzimo and the skeleton trembled at the same time and stopped moving instantaneously. The entire world seemed to have frozen over. Suzimo squeezed his palm and the heart exploded. Clack, clack. Opening its mouth, the skeleton let out a strange howl from the depths of its throat. Suddenly, a tremendous force exploded in front of the skeleton's chest, repelling Suzimo instantly. Scarlet light emanated the place filled with the stench of blood. Large patches of blood mist splattered on Suzimo's and seeped into his pores. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in blood and his body swelled in a terrifying manner, as though he was a fiend celestial who had just emerged from hell. An extremely powerful bloodline surged into his body. Feeling as though his body was about to explode, Suzimo could not help but roar into the skies. The moment he opened his mouth, rich and pure sanguine light spewed out, emitting a powerful and domineering fluctuation of his bloodline. Upon seeing this, the eyes of the remaining fiend sect cultivators burned. No one knew what exactly happened to the skeleton or how Suzimo had managed to pierce its chest and deal serious damage. However, everyone could tell that more than half of the skeleton's blood essence had surged into Suzimo's body. It was a huge opportunity. With such pure bloodline essence, anyone present would be able to reach the tsunami blood realm. As for Suzimo, who had already achieved tsunami blood, what level would he reach with this opportunity? What sort of changes would happen to his bloodline? Immediately following that, the expressions of the fiend sect cultivators changed again. Something was not right. At the moment, Suzimo's body was filled with a thick bloodline such that it was about to explode. Streaks of blood appeared on his skin in a horrifying manner. A look of pity flashed in Pang Yu's eyes. This was indeed a huge opportunity. It was so huge that no one's body could withstand it. From his point of view, Suzimo's fate was decided. He would explode due to the rich bloodline, leaving no corpse in his wake. The skeleton let out a low growl and the holes in its eyes emitted a cold light. It opened its mouth and spat out a string of words. "I'll have you guys die with me." Bang. Boom. Boom. The ground trembled violently as cracks began to appear, spreading out in all directions rapidly. The walls around them collapsed as countless boulders fell and covered the skies. The fiend sect cultivators were terrified as they fled in all directions. Due to their spirit energies being locked, they would definitely die if they were buried by the boulders. None of them would have the strength to withstand the impact. Demonis G wanted to escape, but when she caught sight of Suzimo's miserable appearance, she hesitated slightly. No matter what, she was the one who brought him here. He was an innocent victim to this calamity. Furthermore, Suzimo had indeed kept to his promise and ensured her safety for the entire journey. In that instant, if Suzimo had not counterattacked, she might have ended up as food for the skeleton just like the other fiend sect cultivators. With that moment of hesitation, Demonis G lost her final chance to escape. Chapter 180, Escaping Alive. Chapter 180, Escaping Alive. Bang, bang, bang. As though the end of the world had arrived, the sky collapsed. The surrounding boulders crashed down and blocked all passageways. At the moment, Suzimo's body swelled and trembled. He panted heavily as the powerful bloodline essence crashed wantonly within his body. Suzimo's body was on the verge of falling apart, The unbearable pain was causing his consciousness to go fuzzy. Opposite him, the skeleton looked terrible as well. A huge bloody hole appeared in its chest. The original place of his heart was now empty, leaving only some pieces of flesh. There was originally a layer of flesh on the skeleton. It was close to recovering to human form. Now that the heart was ruptured, the flesh was disintegrating as well. Before long, it fell off the skeleton and slid to the ground. Soon, it turned back to a white skeleton with an aura that was even weaker than before. The skeleton gazed at Suzumo's blood-bone palm. The bloody light in the hole in its eyes flickered before dimming gradually. The last trace of its life was also dissipating slowly. "You die too." The skeleton looked at Suzumo and suddenly opened its mouth. Right after, it raised its hand and stabbed at Suzumo's chest with fingers as sharp as daggers. If the attack struck, there was no need to wait to be buried by countless boulders. A Foundation establishment cultivator's heart would definitely be pierced to certain death. Upon seeing that, Demonis G's expression changed, but she did not stop him. No matter what, they were not getting out of this place. There was no difference between dying a moment earlier or later. Even though Suzumo's consciousness was fuzzy, his spirit perception was still there. He felt a strong sense of danger. Instinctively, he dodged to the side. Suzumo did not have time to react, it was purely out of instinct. Poof! The palm of the skeleton pierced through Suzumo's chest like a sharp knife, emerging from his back filled with blood. That palm was aimed at crushing Suzumo's heart. However, due to that dodge, it pierced through the middle of Suzumo's chest, brushing by his heart. That burst attack seemed to have exhausted the skeleton's last strength. Feeling the sharp pain in his chest, Suzumo punched out casually and sent the skeleton flying, causing it to fall into the rubble. The skeleton remained motionless, as if it was already dead. The hole in its face was pitch black. In the blink of an eye, a layer of dust and gravel covered the skeleton. Sheeing. A gush of blood shot out from Suzumo's chest and splattered all over the ground. It emitted a crystalline luster and the bloodline was rich and shimmering. Suzumo's figure shrank by quite a bit. Although he had not recovered to his original state, the bloodstains on his body were gradually fading and he was recovering slowly. Oh! That change caught Demonis G's attention. In truth, Suzumo was at his most arduous period earlier on. The bloodline was too strong and his body could not withstand it. It was equivalent to a powerful force that surged rampantly in his body and could not be vented. The reason why Suzumo's body swelled was because the pressure within was too great. That was also why his skin cracked with streaks of blood appearing. If he could not digest the power of that rich bloodline, a single fate awaited Suzumo, death through explosion. However, the skeleton's final attack had inadvertently saved Suzumo's life. Its intention was naturally to kill Suzumo. Unexpectedly, Suzumo managed to dodge the fatal strike to his heart using his spirit perception. Even though the injury was serious and the wound on his chest was horrifying with blood gushing out, it was an outlet for the power of the bloodline within to gush out. Because of that, it helped him avert the crisis. Of course, Suzumo still retained most of the bloodline's essence within his body. However, that bloodline essence was no longer a threat to his life. It was a blessing in disguise. There were too many things that happened that night. If there was any slight deviation in the series of events, not only would Suzumo fail to obtain the opportunity before him, he would even be met with a huge calamity. It was the same for the current situation. Suzumo and Demonis G were not out of danger yet. Bang! Boom! Boom! The surrounding mountains collapsed and a huge shadow crushed. They would be buried before long. The passageways out were already blocked. Notwithstanding the fact that Suzumo was severely injured in the chest and was dazed and weak, even if he was in his best state, he might not have been able to escape. "I'm sorry." A rare trace of worry and kindness could be seen in Demonis G's eyes as she pretended to be relaxed and smiled at Suzumo. Crack, crack, crack. The ground beneath shook as cracks appeared and extended. Suzumo's legs gave way and he almost fell into one of the cracks. Shrugging his head, he tried his best to stay awake. He looked down at the pitch-black and bottomless crack, not knowing what was beneath. If he was not careful and fell in, he would probably be crushed into meat pulp. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's ears twitched. He could vaguely hear the sound of running water from the depths of the crack. After cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Su Zimo's hearing and vision was far superior to normal people. He was almost at the point where he could listen to the whirl. Swish! The mountain peak above their heads fell alongside countless boulders, bringing with it dust that blocked their vision in a terrifying manner. Demonis G had a look of despair as she closed her eyes and sighed gently. Right then, she felt someone yank her wrist. Caught off guard, her knees buckled and she was led over. Subconsciously, she opened her eyes and looked. Su Zimo's face was frighteningly pale. Clutching the wound on his chest with one hand, he used his other hand to grab her as they stumbled to the stone coffin not far away. Quickly, go in. Arriving at the stone coffin, Su Zimo led Demonis G in front of him and with a shout, pushed her. She was stunned for a moment and fell into the stone coffin without resistance. Su Zimo leaped in right after, grabbing the lid of the coffin from the side and yanking it. With a slam, the lid closed above them tightly. The last bit of light disappeared. It was pitch black inside the stone coffin. Bang! 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 Almost at the same time as the lid was shut, the sound of countless boulders smashing onto the coffin rang. It was heavy and deafening. There was not much room in the stone coffin because it was designed for a single person. Now that the both of them were inside, together with the fact that Su Zimo's body was slightly swollen after absorbing the bloodline essence, it seemed extremely squeezy. A strange feeling arose in Demonis G's heart, but she did not say anything. If it was anyone else or even Su Zimo before they arrived at this place, she might have killed him on the spot. But now, Demonis G did not move an inch. She blinked her eyes in deep thought. If Su Zimo was even slower for a moment earlier, they would have been crushed to death by the boulders outside. Despite that, Su Zimo chose to let her enter first and bear the danger himself. At that thought, a gentle glint flashed across Demonis G's eyes as she pursed her red lips. Chapter 181, River Undercurrent. Chapter 181, River Undercurrent. The ground trembled and the stone coffin shook violently along. Slowly, it tilted and slid down a pitch-black crack, falling over. Moments later, the stone coffin fell into water with a loud splash and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Dust flew everywhere as boulders rolled down. The sky was collapsing. After a long time, the tremors finally calmed down. The original place was reduced to ruins without any sign of life. In the middle of the ruins, there was a huge hole. It was pitch black and no one knew where it led to. A gentle breeze gusted in the dark night, blowing away the dust of the ruins. Not far away, 4 figures stood. To be precise, there were 5. One of the figures was extremely blurry and indistinguishable in the night. It was the thousand-faced assassin. The 5 fiend heirs looked at the ruins not far away, their gazes flickering with a lingering fear. Feeling cold from the wind's breeze, the 5 of them suddenly realized that their clothes were drenched in sweat. There were hundreds of fiend sect cultivators with fiend heirs, all of them gathered for the inheritance of this place. This could be considered as a rare clash between the juniors of the fiend sects. However, none of them expected the stark changes of this expedition. Notwithstanding the fact that they did not obtain the inheritance, it nearly even turned into a massacre. Of the hundreds of fiend sect cultivators present, only the 5 of them survived. The malevolent Earth sect heir was slain by an unknown green-robed cultivator. Demonis G could not escape in time and was definitely buried in the ruins. If not for the drastic change in terrain later on that dispelled the ancient spirit lock formation, even the 5 of them may not have been able to make it out. With complex expressions, none of them spoke. This ruin was caused by that terrifying skeleton. However, for some reason, the person who left the deepest impression on everyone that night was the unknown green-robed cultivator. To be fair, if he had not ruptured the heart of that skeleton at the final moment, their fates might have been the same and they would have their essence blood absorbed by the skeleton. Who was that person? After a long time, Pang Yu suddenly asked. Shangguan Yu shook his head. He should be someone from the Immortal sects. There's only those few Immortal sects that are strong in melee combat. Since his bloodline contained the power of thunder, I gather that he might be a legacy disciple of Zephyr Thunder Palace. What a pity. Pang Yu smacked his lips as a look of pity flashed across High Eyes. He was not discouraged over his previous defeat to Su Zimo. Instead, his fighting spirit burned even fiercer. His strength was far greater than Su Zimo. The fact that Su Zimo's consecutive killing moves were unable to truly injure Pang Yu's tendons, bones, and essence chi was evident of how powerful and terrifying the latter's physique was. The reason why Pang Yu lost was because he had underestimated the enemy, giving Su Zimo the chance to take the initiative and suppress him to the very end without a chance to come back. Pang Yu believed that he would definitely not lose if they fought again. Now that Su Zimo had fallen, Pang Yu had lost the chance to defeat him. He could not help but feel regretful and sighed. In fact, Pang Yu was not the only one. The other 4 fiend heirs were similarly frustrated. At the end of the day, there was an ancient spirit lock formation in this place, and everyone's spirit energies were restricted such that they could not unleash their true strength. To them, the malevolent Earth Sect heir had met with an unjust death. It's a pity that man is dead. Otherwise, we'll definitely come across him on the ancient battlefield in the future. At that time, I'll definitely let him witness the power of Cloud Rain Sec. Shangguan Yu harumphed softly. What's the point of saying all this? The illusion fiend cult heir flicked his sleeve and left, replying coldly, time to go. See you on the ancient battlefield. The 1,000-faced assassin flickered and disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, all 5 fiend heirs left one after another and peace returned to the ruins. Not long later, a voluptuous and curvaceous figure descended upon the ruins. She had exquisite looks and exuded a mature aura, as if she could stir the deepest carnal instincts in one's heart. It was the chief steward of Sky Treasure Auction House, Ji Yu Shi. What happened exactly? Ji Yu Shi murmured with a solemn expression. Swoosh. Ji Yu Shi stood in midair above the ruins and a terrifying force surged out from her glabella. Releasing her spirit consciousness, she searched the ruins carefully, unwilling to miss any traces. Nothing. Ji Yu Shi frowned and gazed at that bottomless pit beneath her. After hesitating slightly, she descended eventually. Before long, Ji Yu Shi arrived above a river. She searched her surroundings once more but to no avail, looking at a river nearby. Using her spirit consciousness, Ji Yu Shi seeped into the river and searched through the depths of it. After a while, her expression changed and she retracted her spirit consciousness. She caught sight of a dark shadow flowing into the distance at the bottom of this river. If she was not wrong, that should be the undercurrent of the river. The undercurrent was extremely strong and turbulent. Any object that fell into it would be swept away. The final position would naturally be at where the undercurrent ended. Yanga, just where are you? The figure disappeared, leaving behind a soft sigh. Not long after Ji Yu Shi left, deep in the rubble beside the river, a pair of pitch-black holes in the eyes of a skeleton emitted a scarlet, sinister glow. Even though Su Zimo and Demonis Ji were hidden in the stone coffin, both of them still suffered a huge blow the moment it fell into the river. Ooh, ah. Su Zimo grunted softly and Demonis Ji howled in pain. The two sounds that emitted together from the stone coffin came across as strange. Su Zimo felt a sharp pain in his chest. That sudden impact rattled his tendons and bones, causing him to gasp as it felt like his bones were falling apart. Demonis Ji's arm was previously injured by Shangguan Yu. It was a minor injury and was no longer bleeding after it was bandaged. However, that impact tore the wound once more as Demonis Ji frowned and yelped. Although there was a thick stone coffin between them, Demonis Ji could still feel the flow of the river outside. She heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, they had managed to escape the place. Once the stone coffin sank to the bottom of the water, they would be able to break out from inside. All of a sudden, the stone coffin did not continue to sink. As though it was pulled by an external force, it continued to roll forward. It was a sudden change of momentum and the two people who were caught off guard inside collided against one another. Both of their hearts went a-flutter as they retreated subconsciously. However, there was not much excess space within the cramped stone coffin. After that, the atmosphere within the stone coffin turned odd immediately. The temperature seemed to be rising in a frustratingly hot manner. In the darkness, both of them panted slightly and faced each other. Their eyes met but they did not speak. Suzimo turned his head and slanted his body slightly. His body was still slightly swollen because the bloodline essence within it was not absorbed yet. It did not matter if he moved, but once again, he accidentally made contact with Demonis G. Suzimo quickly stopped what he was doing and laid rooted to the spot. Chapter 182, Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Chapter 182, Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Instead of sinking to the bottom, the stone coffin was brought away by an external force. There was only a single possibility: they had met with a river undercurrent. Neither of them had an option in the river undercurrent. Even if they were to leave the stone coffin now, they would not be able to get out of the river undercurrent. Furthermore, both of them were injured. Right now, they could only leave it up to fate and leave the stone coffin after it left the river undercurrent. Upon realizing that there was no danger, Demonis G was slightly relieved. She glanced sideways at Suzimo, who was lying beside her, and rolled her eyes, curling her lips with a hint of playfulness. "Hey, you did it on purpose, right?" Demonis G suddenly asked. Suzimo closed his eyes and did not reply, feeling a tinge of guilt. After all, the two of them had just bumped into one another and there was no avoiding physical contact. "I didn't expect that you're no different from others despite looking refined and decent. You're also as perverted. To think that you would call yourself a righteous person of the orthodox path, aren't you ashamed?" The both of them were extremely close to each other and Demonis G's body emitted a seductive fragrance of flower as she exhaled. Suzimo listened to Demonis G's reproachful tone. Feeling the warmth by his ear, he could not help but feel restless and unable to control himself. All of a sudden, his heart skipped a beat as he bit his tongue to try and maintain clarity. After what happened to Wu Xiangming, Yang Fei, and the rest, Suzimo had vaguely guessed what Pure Maiden sect specialized in. No wonder those of the fiend sects call her a demonis. Suzimo praised internally. Even though he was prepared, he was nearly bewitched by her as well. Every single frown, smile, action and emotion of Demonis G would cause one to be attracted to her unconsciously. If they were not careful, they would sink into her charms, unable to extricate themselves. Noticing that Suzimo kept his eyes closed and refused to answer, Demonis G could not help but grin and ask gently, "Hey, let me ask you. Why didn't you get in first earlier? Why did you let me in first?" Suzimo suddenly opened his eyes and replied coldly, "I'm afraid you might be crushed to death because you're too stupid." Ooh. Demonis G nearly choked on Suzimo's reply as she grit her teeth subconsciously. However, on second thought, the situation was truly way too treacherous back then. If she were to stay behind, she would definitely not be as decisive as Suzimo. It was highly likely that she would be crushed to death by the boulders as Suzimo had mentioned. Even so, she was still a little angry. She felt pent up for some reason. Demonis G bit her red lips and pinched Suzimo suddenly, saying coquettishly, "Go over there. Stay away from me." Even without her saying that, Suzimo wanted to keep his distance from her, as far away as possible. However, the stone coffin was extremely cramped and did not have much excess space. Right now, the best solution was to refine away the bloodline in his body and return it to normal. That way, there would be more space. If nothing unexpected happened, Suzimo should be able to attain greater mastery of his marrow cleansing section after refining the bloodline essence. Taking a deep breath of air, he channeled the mental cultivation technique of the tiger leopard thunder sound and started his breathing and expiration in the stone coffin. Huff, bang, boom, boom. Strange sounds suddenly emitted from Suzimo's body. It got louder and clearer, like a tiger, leopard, and thunder. Suzimo's bloodline began to churn along with the rise and fall of the sounds. The boundless bloodline essence was being refined and infused into Suzimo's own bloodline. Demonis G watched silently at the side without saying anything. She could naturally guess that Suzimo was channeling an extremely strong blood-swapping technique. The reason why this refined man possessed such terrifying power should be because of that technique as well. She listened intently at the side, blinking and planning on learning that secret skill herself. However, that was a naive thought. Suzimo's blood-swapping technique was a combination of two top-notch marrow-cleansing techniques. It was the one and only tiger-leopard thunder sound in Tianhuang mainland. Putting aside the tiger-leopard thunder sound, how much time did Suzimo spend to comprehend the sound of tigers and leopards? Demonis G did not even have a mental mantra. It was truly wishful thinking for her to want to comprehend Suzimo's secret skill just by listening to it. After a day and night, Demonis G finally gave up after multiple fruitless attempts. She pouted and sulked. The tiger-leopard thunder sound was indeed extremely powerful. After just a day and night, Suzimo's body had shrunk considerably and it wouldn't be long before it returned to normal. The most surprising thing for Demonis G was that the wound on Suzimo's chest had already healed and was beginning to form a scab. What strong regeneration capabilities! She was secretly astonished. That wound pierced through Suzimo's body entirely. Even for body-tempered cultivators, they might not recover fully without half a month at least. However, Suzimo had only spent a single day and night to recover all wounds on his body. At that moment, the wound on Demonis G's arm had only just healed and stopped bleeding. It would take a few more days for scabs to form. What sort of a monster is this? Demonis G stared at Suzimo's side profile, lost in thought. After the blood swapping, Suzimo's complexion became even fairer and brighter. It was soft and tender like a newborn baby, crystalline like jade. No wonder sister can't forget him. I'm impressed, this lad does have some capabilities. Pausing for a moment, Demonis G thought again, those aren't small capabilities either for him to be able to teach Lunatic Pang a lesson. After enduring for so long, Demonis G was tired as well. As she watched Suzimo who was cultivating, her eyelids grew heavy and she drifted into sleep. After a long time, she jolted awake from her dreams. Bouncing upright, she slammed against the lid of the coffin with a loud thud. Ouch! Demonis G rubbed her head and cried out in pain. With that, she was completely awake and remembered where she was. Instinctively, she looked to the side. Suzimo's body had returned to normal and he was staring at the lid of the coffin with a reared head. Demonis G quickly checked her body and only heaved a sigh of relief after ensuring that it was fine. As the pure maiden of the fiend sects, this was an amateur mistake that she should not have committed. She fell asleep beside a man. If it was the fiend heir of Cloud Rain sect, Shangguan Yu, beside her, the consequences would be dire. That was close. Demonis G stuck out her tongue lightly and subconsciously glanced at Suzimo. Hey! This time, she discovered Suzimo's abnormality. She had initially thought that his eyes were opened in a daze. Now that she was taking a closer look, he seemed to have noticed something and was studying it carefully in a trance-like manner. Demonis G followed his gaze and looked towards the lid of the stone coffin. Oh! Her eyes widened as she discovered something strange as well. There were words on the lid of the coffin. The handwriting was a little messy as if it was carved with something sharp. Previously, the atmosphere between them was ambiguously flirtatious in the stone coffin. Coupled with the fact that it was completely dark, neither of them bothered to notice the lid of the coffin. Now that they focused, they could vaguely make out the words on the coffin lid. There were 4 words on the first row. Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Chapter 183 Buddha Bead, Hand Seal. Chapter 183 Buddha Bead, Hand Seal. Upon seeing those words, Demonis G's heart palpitated as she continued reading hurriedly. Gradually, her eyes widened and she was engrossed as well. Even though it was pitch black in the stone coffin, Suzimo had extremely strong eyesight after cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Everywhere his gaze was, it would be clear like daylight. This was a cultivation technique for one's bloodline and it detailed many strange spirit arts. Profound secrets of the bloodline were depicted and there were many novel techniques in stimulating and making use of the bloodline's power. This was something completely unheard of. The spirit art used by the skeleton to devour many of the fiend sect cultivators previously was the blood-devouring technique, one of the many detailed in this blood refinement fiend sutra. Even though many of the spirit arts in this fiend sutra were vile and evil, some of them caught Suzimo's interest. He secretly memorized and pondered over them. Even though this trip with Demonis G was filled with many surprises, it was a blessing in disguise. Now, Suzimo had attained greater mastery of the marrow cleansing section. His bloodline flowed quietly in his body, giving birth to immense power and shimmering with a crystalline luster such that his blood vessels were almost transparent. From now on, Suzimo could start to cultivate the organ's refinement section. Only, it was much more difficult to cultivate than the marrow cleansing section. The marrow cleansing section gave mention of the sound of tigers and leopards. However, the organ's refinement section merely contained obscure and complicated scriptures without any mention of demon beasts and whatnot. Suzimo had no clue at all how he should go about refining the organ's refinement section. After a long time, the stone coffin began to shake violently. It was thrown out by an external force before calming down and sinking gradually. Suzimo's heart stirred. He realized that the stone coffin had already left the river undercurrent. At the side, Demonis G was already at the limits of her endurance. Wearing her veil again, she channeled her spirit energy and pushed with her palm heavily against the coffin lid. With a bam, the lid was blown away as river water surged into the stone coffin. In the blink of an eye, Suzimo was drenched. Demonis G was already prepared as a nearly transparent barrier was conjured around her body, repelling water. Turning to look at Suzimo's sorry state, she could not help but laugh. In the river, Suzimo floated. He looked a little dazed, as if he had yet to regain his senses. In truth, it wasn't because Suzimo's reaction was not fast enough. It was because after water gushed into the stone coffin, Suzimo caught sight of a Buddha bead around the size of a longan one floating. The Buddha bead was extremely old. Even though it was made of wood, there was no sign of decay. A palm was etched on the Buddha bead that had its middle finger and thumb touching to form a hand seal. Every single line on the palm could be seen clearly and it was bedazzling. Suzimo had merely taken a single look at the Buddha bead when he felt his vision blurring into an extremely shocking scene. It was like a battlefield in purgatory. Corpses piled into mountains and blood flowed like rivers everywhere. The smell of blood filled the air and black clouds were overcast in an atmosphere so repressing that one could barely breathe. A cold wind blew in the surroundings, sending chills down one's spine. A man covered in blood stood atop the mountain of corpses. With his back facing Suzimo, he was laughing with his head lowered like an unparalleled fiend. It was a sinister and terrifying laughter, sounding as though it was ringing right inside Suzimo's ears. It was extremely unsettling. A moment later, bits of golden light shone through the gaps in the black clouds, scattering some warmth across the battlefield. With the passage of time, the golden light grew more and more intense, almost tearing the pitch-black clouds away. All of a sudden, a dazzling golden pillar of light descended from the sky, seemingly tearing the heavens and shining on the fiend. Roar! The fiend was furious and reared its head, bellowing towards the heavens in wrath. The veins on its necks were exposed and its blood vessels were protruding in a terrifyingly ferocious manner, akin to a living ghost from hell. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a bedazzling golden palm descended from the sky. It crushed down gently with its middle finger and thumb touching one another to form a hand seal. Fiend suppression seal. A deep voice sounded. Before the golden hand seal even descended upon the fiend's head, its body suddenly exploded as though it could not withstand the pressure, spraying blood all around the place in a horrifying manner. Suzimo felt his eyes sting from the splattered blood and he snapped out of the illusion. The entire process seemed very slow but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. Looking at the Buddha bead nearby that was sinking, Suzimo broke into a shudder. There was a flash of struggle in his eyes. After some hesitation, he swam into the river and chased after the Buddha bead, clasping it in his palm. There was nothing unusual when he retrieved it. Suzimo heaved out a sigh of relief. It seemed that as long as one did not look at the pattern on the bead carefully, they would not fall into the illusion from before. Fiend suppression seal. Those 3 words flashed through Suzimo's mind. Needless to say, that must be an extremely powerful secret technique. Even though the illusion had lasted for a moment, that golden hand seal left a deep impression in Suzimo's mind and he could not forget about it. Kicking his legs, Suzimo swam towards the river surface and before long, he arrived at the shore. At that moment, his upper body was nude and his pants were sopping wet. Demonis G pursed her lips and swept her gaze across Suzimo's lower body. Just as she was about to tease him, Suzimo's body shivered and he churned his bloodline. With the power of the bloodline, a white mist emitted from Suzimo's body suddenly. All the water droplets were vaporized. Under the veil, Demonis G's mouth opened into a circle. Suzimo retrieved a clean green robe from his storage bag and wore it. He also tossed the Buddha bead conveniently into his storage bag. Demonis G's eyes shifted. Recalling the abnormality of Suzimo at the bottom of the river, she approached him and blinked. "What did you find down there?" "It's nothing." There was naturally no way Suzimo would tell Demonis G about the Buddha bead as he replied casually. "How stingy." She harumphed. Summoning a flying sword, Suzimo leaped on it and flew into the air, surveying the place. He did not know where the river undercurrent had brought them. Demonis G arrived in midair and looked down as well. Suzimo pondered for a while and looked at the river behind him. His heart stirred and he had a vague guess where they were. This was Yongxing River, a tributary of Jishire River that originated from the Great Zhou dynasty and passed by Yang country. In other words, Suzimo and Demonis G had arrived in Yang country's territory. Suzimo looked over at the capital of Yang country with longing in his eyes. "I've been away from home for 2 years. I wonder how elder brother is doing." The scene of leaving Pingyang town 2 years ago felt like yesterday in his mind. Suzimo did not have many relatives. Other than him, the Su family only had Su Hong and Su Xiaoning as descendants. Su Xiaoning was far away in Azure Frost sect and it was not easy to see her. Suzimo decided to visit his brother in the capital of Yang country. Chapter 184, Obsession. Chapter 184, Obsession. After a rough analysis, Suzimo rode his flying sword and sped towards the direction of Yang country's capital. When Demonis G saw that Suzimo turned around to leave and ignored her, she could not help but feel agitated. Stomping her foot, she chased after him on her flying sword. As the pure maiden of the fiend sects, her status was unimaginable. It was not something an ethereal peak disciple like Suzimo could compare to. Furthermore, she was born a charming woman. After cultivating the supreme mystic classic, Pure Maiden Sutra, every single frown and smile of hers would exude the power to bewitch all living beings. Even for cultivators who were a realm above her, they could easily fall under her skirt if they were slightly careless. Any cultivator who had the slightest bit of evil intent when they saw Demonis G would inadvertently fall under the bewitchment of the Pure Maiden Sutra. The entire process was subtle and difficult to detect, causing one to sink deeper and deeper. That was the true terror of the Pure Maiden Sutra. Even a single thought would work. They would be controlled by the Pure Maiden of the Fiend sect. What made Demonis G upset was how Suzimo had not been interested in her right from the beginning. Moreover, he was extremely wary. He was even more so after discovering her identity, wanting nothing more than to keep his distance and never see her again. That made Demonis G question her charms or whether there was a problem with the Pure Maiden Sutra. Both of them sped through the air one after another. Just like that, half a day was gone. Suzimo stopped and turned to look at Demonis G behind him, frowning. She came to a stop as well, ignoring his gaze. With her hands behind her back, she pretended to be nonchalant and looked at the scenery below in a seemingly relaxed manner. Suzimo turned back and left and Demonis G followed him again. Even when he changed directions and routes, she followed accordingly. Stopping in his tracks, Suzimo turned around and asked, "Why are you following me?" "TSK. Demonis G rolled her eyes and pouted. "That's odd. You're going your own way and I'm going mine. Who's following you?" "Stop thinking so highly of yourself." Suzimo nodded. "All right then, where are you going?" Demonis G was at a loss for words. She rolled her eyes and retorted, "Why do you care where I go? The world is huge and I can go anywhere I want." Because this woman was Ji Yaoshua's younger sister after all, Suzimo could not do anything to her. Furthermore, back in the inheritance ground, Demonis G had the chance to escape but she did not abandon him. That proved that she did not have a bad nature despite being someone of the fiend sects. Su Zimo turned to leave and she followed hurriedly. After a short while, Demonis G suddenly asked, "Hey, you seem to hate me." "I don't have a good impression towards those of fiend sects," Su Zimo replied. "Phew." Demonis G smiled as a look of mockery flashed in her eyes. She shook her head. "I thought you were different from others. To think that you're a fool as well." "Oh." Su Zimo raised his brow and replied, "You're a young brat who has been led astray. Why do you speak as though you know right from wrong? Does your sister know about this? What do you mean by going astray?" Demonis G was suddenly agitated as she stopped in front of Su Zimo and looked him in the eyes. "Since you don't have a good impression towards those of the fiend sects, you think that the path of fiends is one that's astray? Let me ask you then, do you know what fiends are? Do you understand anything about fiend sects?" Su Zimo was stunned for a moment. He wanted to reply but did not know what to say. Indeed, it was difficult for him to define fiends and he did not understand fiend sects as well. In fact, he had not even heard of the 7 fiend sects before he met Demonis G. After a moment, Su Zimo replied, "Indeed, I don't know what fiends are. However, I know that Wu Xiangming, Yang Fei, and the others were sincere about wanting to protect you. But, you got them killed." Demonis G scoffed coldly, "That's where you're wrong. Yang Fei was someone from Cloud Rain sect and he had no good intentions following me. As for Wu Xiangming and the rest, I can assure you that they were only lured there because they had ill intents towards me. Such people deserve death. If I didn't have the means to protect myself, what do you think they would have done to me?" Su Zimo thought for a moment before adding, "Back in the past, I encountered a sect named Joyful Sect here. Their disciples committed all sorts of evil and abducted women, using their yin to raise their cultivation realms. If that's not fiendish, what is? Joyful Sect is in the same league as Cloud Rain Sect, there's no difference." "That's where you're wrong again." Demonis G revealed a look of disdain and shook her head. "I've never heard of any Joyful Sect before. Although I'm not a disciple of Cloud Rain Sect, I know that Joyful Sect is not even befitting of carrying the shoes of Cloud Rain Sect cultivators." She paused for a moment and asked again, "Also, do you know Cloud Rain Sect very well? Why do you claim that Joyful Sect and Cloud Rain Sect are in the same league and there's no difference? On what basis?" "Their cultivation techniques. Just because you've seen Joyful Sect's cultivation techniques, you understand the cultivation techniques of Cloud Rain Sect?" Su Zimo remained silent. Demonis G continued, "Let me tell you, even though the disciples of Cloud Rain Sect are frivolous and always have sex with women, they don't force any women at all. Otherwise, they will be punished heavily by Cloud Rain Sect and even sentenced to death. Moreover, copulation between men and women is a fusion of yin and yang, the universe's natural path and the primordial Tao. What's wrong about that? If that's fiendish, you're telling me that all married couples in the world are fiends." Upon hearing this, Su Zimo frowned. In that case, Cloud Rain Sect and Joyful Sect truly had a difference. Cloud Rain Sect would not force others. If the women were willing, there was nothing to say about that. Also, the real fiend sects are only the 7 of us. In fact, 6. Even Malevolent Earth Sect cannot be considered as a true fiend sect, let alone some rubbish like Joyful Sect. Do you think they're fit to be called fiends? Demonis G continued, "Since you don't know what fiends are, let me tell you. There's a reason why the Tao of fiends can be ranked alongside the Immortal and Buddha Tao and be passed down through the ages. The Tao of fiends is the Tao of obsession, the Tao of extremity. Tao of obsession, Tao of extremity." Su Zimo repeated and frowned in deep thoughts. What Demonis G said had indeed given Su Zimo a new understanding of the term fiend. The fiend mentioned by Demonis G seemed to depart largely from his previous impression of the term. Furthermore, there would definitely be some degree of obstinateness in everyone's hearts. If they were to take a step more and reach the state of obsession, they would turn into fiends. Obsession turns one into fiends? Su Zimo asked, "Since it's the Tao of obsession and extremity, what does Cloud Rain Sect cultivate?" "The Tao of indulgence." Demonis G explained slowly, "In the Cloud Wind Mental Sutra, indulgence is at the basis of it. However, there are 2 major taboos. One is to not force others, The other is to not be stirred by emotions. The reason why Yang Fei died in my hands was because he had violated the 2 great taboos of the Cloud Wind Mental Sutra, resulting in him exposing a fatal opening. As such, his death comes as no surprise. If one wanted to indulge in lust, they would have to be heartless. That was the obsession and extremity of fiend sects. One would have to forsake many things to tread on this path. Fiends were incomplete and imperfect. Su Zimo's heart was shaken. After a brief pause, he asked, "What does the Pure Maiden sect cultivate?" "Not telling you." Demoness G smiled slyly. Chapter 185, 4 years on. Chapter 185, 4 years on. After Demoness G's words, Su Zimo had a new understanding and impression towards her and fiend sects. Just like Immortals and Buddha, fiends had a Tao of their own. After pondering for a while, Su Zimo suddenly thought of something and asked, "A few months ago, I met a cultivator in a spirit mine with ruthless methods. He massacred an entire city of living beings and uses a vile cultivation technique that can suck a living person into a dry corpse. Is he someone from the fiend sects?" "From what I know, there's no such cultivation technique in the fiend sects." Demoness G shook her head. She paused for a moment and continued, "The reason why the reputation of fiend sects is bad in the cultivation world is all because of you people from the orthodox path. As long as it's something that goes against humanity, you guys accuse us of the fiend sects for it. It's truly despicable. If it's not done by the fiend sects, you guys can come forth and explain yourselves." Su Zimo frowned. "Foo-foo." Demoness G scoffed coldly, "There's no way the fiend sects will do that. Demons have their pride." She thought for a moment and said, "A senior in the fiend sects once gave an example to describe the difference between immortals and demons. I think it's rather apartment. For the same treasure, cultivators of the fiend sects would fight for it openly. However, cultivators of immortal sects would vie for it in secret and frame it onto those of the fiend sects. That's a little extreme." Su Zimo shook his head. "I don't wish to argue with you anymore." With that, Su Zimo turned to leave. Demoness G followed him again. But this time round, Su Zimo did not chase her away. "Where are you going?" she asked. Su Zimo remained silent for a while before replying, "Back home to take a look." As Su Zimo sped towards the capital of Yang Country, more than 10 cultivators arrived at a small town on the border of Yang Country. They were led by a man and woman. The man wore sparkling white robes. He had a smile on his face, looking handsome and elegant. The woman was dressed in a long, emerald dress. Her black hair swayed in the wind and she had beautiful features, looking gentle and quiet. The both of them rode on their swords and their clothes fluttered in the wind. Like a match made in heaven, they were dazzling and could not be ignored. More importantly, both of them were at perfected foundation establishment realm. The 10-odd cultivators that followed them were all foundation establishment cultivators as well, varying from early to late stage. On their waists hung a badge with the words "Iridescent Clouds." It was daytime at the moment with many citizens walking on the streets. Their expressions changed starkly with the sudden appearance of the many foundation establishment cultivators above them. The citizens hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted, "Greetings, immortals." Someone in the crowd with sharp eyes recognized the gentle woman and whispered, "It's that girl from the Shun family. It's really her. I wouldn't have been able to tell if you hadn't said it. She's changed drastically after 4 years. She's just like a fairy now." Shut up. Stop looking at her. She's an immortal now. If you anger her, she's going to gouge out your eyeballs." The gentle woman in the emerald dress was none other than Shun Mengqi, who was taken away by perfected being Kang Lang 4 years earlier to join Iridescent Cloud's palace. The white-robed cultivator beside her was her senior brother, Shu Yu. "So this is your home, junior sister?" Shu Yu looked at Shun Mengqi beside him with a gentle gaze and asked softly, "I see." She seemed distracted as she responded. Looking at the small town beneath her, she sighed in a dazed manner, letting out a reminiscing expression. Unknowingly, 4 years had passed. 4 years ago, she stood with perfected being Kang Lang in midair looking at Pingyang Town the same way. However, that afternoon, A stubborn youth stood with his chest puffed and head held high on this familiar long street. He did not kneel nor fear. At the thought of that youth, Shun Mengqi smiled faintly. Right after, she sighed gently and shook her head. No matter what, immortals and mortals were different, she was no longer on the same level as that youth. Decades later, her youth would still be present and she would be in her prime. However, that youth would have entered his later years and await death of old age. Even though they had unforgettable memories together, that could only fade and disappear along with time. Junior sister, junior sister. Shu Yu's voice pulled Shun Mengqi back from her memories. Ah, sorry, she replied apologetically, neither too intimate nor unfriendly. Shu Yu was considered as one of the top 10 inner sect disciples of Iridescent Cloud's palace. He had courted her for a long time, but she never agreed to it. She made the decision to return home for a visit in a low profile. However, Shu Yu volunteered to accompany her and brought more than 10 juniors along. Before long, Shun Mengqi and the others descended at the Shun residence. She only had a single kin, her brother, Shun Nan. The Shun family had changed drastically. Even though the Zhao and Li families were eradicated and removed from Pingyang town, Shun Nan had benefited greatly from following the two families in the past. As such, he had long expanded into a luxurious mansion. Because of Su Xiaoning's kidnapping incident back then, Su Zimo went on a killing spree and killed many people, except Shun Nan. Even so, Shun Nan did not dare to continue being brazen. After all, Su Hong's conferment as king happened in Pingyang town. Although no one knew what was going on behind the scenes, everyone witnessed the outcome. Mengqi. When Shun Nan caught sight of Shun Mengqi, he was rooted on the spot with a look of disbelief. Brother, it's me, Shun Mengqi smiled and nodded. It's good that you're back, it's good. Facing more than 10 Foundation establishment cultivators from Iridescent Cloud's palace, Shun Nan's heart was trembling with fear. He looked uneasy as he remarked with a smile. From Shun Mengqi, Shun Nan could feel an unfamiliar aura. It was as though their relationship through blood had faded after she entered the path of immortality. The family has changed quite drastically. Shun Mengqi walked around the Shun residence casually with a smile. Shun Nan followed behind her, not daring to walk in front. After walking around, Shun Mengqi asked in a seemingly casual manner, Shun Nan, are the 4 major families of Pingyang town still around? Such as the Su family? Ah! Shun Nan froze for a moment and shook his head with a strange expression on his face. Not anymore. The Su family is not around anymore. Shun Mengqi stopped in her tracks and suddenly turned around, frowning. Yeah, they're all gone. Shun Nan nodded and related everything that happened 4 years ago. Shun Mengqi listened intently. That Su Zimo must have taken on an expert in the pugilistic world as his master. His strength grew by leaps and bounds and he destroyed the Zhao and Li families almost single-handedly. Shun Nan glanced at Shun Mengqi. However, he did not kill me. I think it's on account of your relationship. Shun Mengqi did not reply. She knew very well why Su Zimo did not kill Shun Nan. Even though it had something to do with her, it was definitely not because of their relationship. Junior sister, who is that Su Zimo? Where is he now? At the side, Shu Yu could vaguely tell that Su Zimo seemed to have a close relationship with Shun Mengqi in the past. Because of that, he was long frustrated and asked with a scowl. Chapter 186 Old Friends. Chapter 186 Old Friends. Sensing the frustration in Shu Yu's tone, Shun Mengqi replied calmly, he's just a childhood playmate and an old friend. Without a spirit root, he can't cultivate and is unlike us. You don't have to bother about him. So, it's just a mere commoner. I was wondering what sort of a character he was. Shu Yu raised his eyebrows and said coldly, this Su Zimo clearly knows that you've joined Iridescent Cloud's palace and became a cultivator. Despite that, he dares to bully your brother. Shun Mengqi shook her head. Forget it, it's all in the past. Besides, it might not be his fault either. Even though Shun Nan made himself seem innocent while explaining the story and mentioned how Su Zimo was the one bullying others, Shun Mengqi was well aware of her brother's character. Furthermore, The way Shen Nan was avoiding her gaze affirmed her guess that there was more to things. How can that do? Shu Yu said in a deep voice. This Su Zimo doesn't know his place. He even dares to act so impudently as a commoner. Since I got to know about him, I'll have to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Initially, Shu Yu had not intended to interfere in this matter. However, he could vaguely sense that Shen Mengqi seemed to be defending that Su Zimo. The more she did that, the more Shu Yu wanted to interfere and take a look at that person. He looked at Shen Nan and asked coldly, "Young Master Shen, where is that person now?" Shen Nan did not intend to do anything at first. But when he heard Shu Yu's words, his mind started churning and he turned more energetic. Stammering, he replied, "He left Pingyang town 2 years ago. I don't know where he is." Shu Yu frowned. The Great Zhou dynasty was enormous and there were dozens of vassal states of varying sizes. Finding a person was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. Shen Nan coughed gently. However, he has a brother, Su Hong, who is the current king of Yang. He has a prominent status and we can't afford to offend him. Humph. Shu Yu scoffed. A king of mortals is but a mortal. He can be on par with the Qi refinement warrior of a minor sect, but against a foundation establishment cultivator of iridescent clouds palace like me? Even if he's the king of Yang, he'll have to kneel before me. Shen Nan's eyes shone and his blood boiled as he listened. It was as if Shen Nan was looking at the high and mighty king of Yang kneeling in front of him obediently, not daring to lift his head. What sort of an image would that be? Shu Yu declared proudly, "That's perfect. Junior sister, since this Su Zimo bullied your brother, let's go to the capital of Yang country and teach his brother a lesson." Fufu, this is tit for tat. Shen Mengqi frowned and hesitated. "Junior sister, we'll have to make a trip to the capital of Yang country even if it's not for this matter." Shu Yu continued, "Junior brother Zhu disappeared for 2 years without a trace. Master asked us to investigate the place where the most cultivators are gathered in Yang country. The place with the most information is the capital." "Yes, all right." Shen Mengqi nodded. Shu Yu retrieved a spirit vessel from his storage bag and injected spirit qi, causing it to expand with the wind and hover in midair. Smiling, Shu Yu said, "Young Master Shen, do come along. The day you meet the king of Yang will be the day you can hold your head high." Shen Nan nodded hurriedly and his body trembled in excitement. His eyes could barely conceal his emotions. The many iridescent clouds palace cultivators boarded the spirit vessel one after another. Under Shu Yu's control, it rose into the air and turned into a stream of light, speeding towards the capital of Yang country. After traveling a few days at full speed, Su Zimo and Demonis Ji finally arrived at the capital of Yang country. 2 years ago, Su Zimo was here. In that main hall, he beheaded the king of Yang, Zhao Qian, in front of everyone. Tying the latter's head to his waist, he engaged in a bloody battle and fought his way out with dominance. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday. After a slight pause, Su Zimo rode on his flying sword and sped towards the palace, arriving above it quickly. "Who's there?" someone berated from below. Right after, 2 Qi refinement warriors summoned their flying swords and flew into the air, arriving opposite Su Zimo and Demonis Ji. The 2 of them were Qi refinement warriors, one at level 6 and the other at level 9. Using their spirit-peering art, they swept across Su Zimo and Demonis Ji, causing their expressions to change in shock as they shuddered. Su Zimo's current cultivation was at the peak of early-stage foundation establishment. He was far above the both of them. Demonis Ji stood there with a veil covering her face. They could not detect her cultivation. "Greetings, seniors." The 2 Qi refinement warriors reacted quickly and bowed hurriedly. One of them asked cautiously in a testing manner, "May I know what brings you 2 here?" "Bring me to the king of Yang." Su Zimo smiled in a friendly manner. "This." The 2 men exchanged glances and did not agree immediately. After all, they did not know the identity of this green-robed cultivator. How would they dare to bring people in rashly? However, the man and woman before them had high cultivations. If they wanted to force their way through, no one could stop them either. Right then, a sword beam sped over from not far away. When that person came close and caught sight of Su Zimo, his eyes lit up and he said happily, "Second young Master Su?" Mr. Song, it's been 2 years. How have you been? Su Zimo smiled and nodded. The person who arrived later was the Qi refinement warrior that Su Zimo had hired 2 years earlier to protect the Su family, Song Qi. Back then, Song Qi had just broken through to be a level 8 Qi refinement warrior. Right now, he was at level 9. Hey! Song Qi looked at the flying sword Su Zimo was riding on with widened eyes of disbelief. From what he could remember, Su Zimo did not have a spirit root and was unable to cultivate. How was he managing sword kinesis flight right now? Instinctively, Song Qi checked Su Zimo's cultivation with the spirit-peering art. That single check gave Song Qi a shock and he nearly fell from the skies. Early stage foundation establishment. In just 2 years, a mortal without any foundation or spirit root had entered foundation establishment rel. Song Qi had not slacked off in the past 2 years, but even then, he had only improved by a single level. In fact, what Song Qi did not know was that Su Zimo had even spent half a year locked in Thunderclap Valley without any improvement to his cultivation. Furthermore, half of Su Zimo's spirit qi was spent on tempering his body as well. How great was the gap between them? In the entire Yang country, a foundation establishment cultivator could be considered as one of the top. This was the difference between spirit root and had nothing to do with how much talent or cultivation resources one had. Second young Master Su, you've changed so much in 2 years. Song Qi sighed and shook his head, lamenting to himself. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that the youth from Pingyang town back then would reach such a level today. Demoness Ji blinked her eyes at the side. Grinning, she muttered softly, second young Master Su. Hehe, interesting. How has brother been recently? Su Zimo asked. Young Master's health is fine, but he often misses the two of you. He's worried that you'll meet with danger and be bullied outside. That had Su Zimo feeling extremely touched. Song Qi led Su Zimo and Demoness Ji into the back palace. The back palace of the King of Yang was quiet and plain. There were no beautiful women or 3,000 concubines. Instead, they saw quite a number of Su family members. When old friends met, they could not help but exchange pleasantries. Chapter 187 Reunion. Chapter 187 Reunion. King of Yang's chamber. The King of Yang, Su Hong, had a solemn expression. He was playing chess against Uncle Zheng and it was at a particularly intense situation. The guards Liu Yu and Yu Qi were stood at the side, standing watch over the both of them with sharp gazes. Uncle Zheng, Liu Yu and Yu Qi Hua were the oldest and most loyal 3 in the Su family. They never left even when the Su family was at its lowest and was almost annihilated. Young Master, you aren't young anymore. Are you really planning to continue wasting your time like this and not get married? After 4 years, Uncle Zheng looked much older. However, his eyes were still clear and exuded the glint of wisdom. In private, everyone addressed each other no differently from before. Su Hong remained silent. Young Master, the bloodline of the Su family has to continue, Uncle Zheng persuaded again. With a sharp slap, Su Hong put down a chess piece and pointed to the chessboard with a smile. Uncle Zheng, if you get distracted again, you're going to lose. Seeing that Su Hong clearly did not wish to talk about it, Uncle Zheng gave a bitter smile and sighed. I'm not as energetic as before. I'm old now. Right then, a burst of laughter came out outside and Song Qi's voice rang. Young Master, Mr. Zheng, guess who's here? The door to the King of Yang's chamber was closed. Su Hong and the rest could only see vague shadows, but they could not see the appearance of the visitors. When he heard that, Su Hong shook his head and smiled. What's there to be mysterious about? Who could it be? Uncle Zheng went silent for a moment. A thought struck him as he whispered, could it be the second young master or Miss? Xiaoning wouldn't have time to return since she's on the path to immortality cultivation. As for Zimo, there was a look of worry in Su Hong's eyes. I don't know where that lad has gone off to. I haven't seen him in 2 years. Big brother, I'm back. One of them pushed the door open. He was dressed in green and carried a scholarly aura around him, looking refined and graceful. It was none other than Su Zimo. Second young master? It really is the second young master. Liu Yu and the others revealed looks of joy as they broke into laughter. Zimo. Su Hong's eyes sparkled. He stood up slowly and walked forward, sizing Su Zimo from head to toe. As much as he tried to control himself, he could not conceal the excitement in his heart. While Su Hong was sizing him up, Su Zimo was looking at Su Hong as well. After 2 years, Su Hong did not seem to have changed much. Back when he had failed to assassinate the King of Yang, he was disheartened and his hair turned white overnight. At first glance, he looked like a venerable old man. In fact, Su Hong was only 34 this year. Stretching both hands, Su Hong gripped Su Zimo tightly on the shoulders and shook the latter vigorously. Finally, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, you're stronger than before. Young master, I'm afraid you don't know yet, but second young master Su is now a cultivator as well. Not just that, his cultivation is even much higher than mine, Song Qi remarked at the side. Oh, for real? Su Hong's eyes lit up. Su Zimo did not hide anything and nodded. That's right, brother. I joined a sect named Ethereal Peak, one of the 5 major sects of the Great Zhou dynasty. It's not weaker than Xiaoning's Azure Frost sect. Good, good, good. Su Hong nodded repeatedly. Liu Yu and the rest were delighted too. At this moment, Su Hong's gaze turned towards the girl beside Su Zimo. He could not help but be slightly stunned as a feeling of amazement surged in his heart. This lady is... Su Zimo finally remembered that Demoness Ji was still beside him. Just as he was about to introduce, he heard her voice. It was like pearls falling on a jade plate and was pleasant to one's ears. Hello, big brother. Su Zimo frowned. It was naturally all right for him to refer to Su Hong as big brother. But why was this Demoness Ji joining him? Su Zimo glanced sideways, wanting to remind her. However, he ended up losing his focus and was rooted on the spot as well. Unknowingly, Demoness Ji had removed the veil on her face, revealing a peerless beauty that could captivate all life. She was flawless and unimaginably beautiful. This time, there was no bewitching charm exuding from Demoness Ji. On the contrary, she looked refined and elegant. Nodding slightly, her cheeks flushed red as though she was a little shy. Su Zimo's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. This was Demoness Ji. This young girl before her was completely unlike Su Zimo's impression of her being that seductive Demoness Ji who could bewitch the entire world. This was clearly a respectable woman, not some demoness. Demoness Ji moved closer to Su Zimo and tugged Su Zimo's sleeve with her petite hands. Rolling her eyes at him secretly, she looked at Su Hong and said timidly, I'm Yanga, Zimo's friend. Su Zimo felt goosebumps all over his body. If they were friends, so be it. Why did she have to break a pause in the middle? Even though there was nothing wrong with that sentence, the way Demoness Ji said it changed the tone of it and would lead to inferences. True enough. Su Hong looked enlightened and nodded in delight. Uncle Zhang and Song Qi smiled as well, looking at Demoness Ji with a hint of scrutiny, feeling more satisfied by the moment. Liu Yu and Yu Qihua winked at Su Zimo and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Demoness Ji, what are you doing? Su Zimo pulled Demoness Ji to a corner and whispered, frowning. What's wrong? She asked with an innocent expression. Who told you to remove your veil? It's rude to meet Big Brother with a veil. That's true. Su Zimo nodded instinctively, but he felt that something was amiss. On second thought, he snapped out of his stupor and glared at Demoness Ji. Who is your big brother? His big brother. Also, Demoness Ji, why are you pretending in front of my big brother? Don't you think I know what sort of a person you are? Su Zimo gave a cold sneer. Sure, let's not pretend then. How about I jump into your embrace and we can make out right now? Demoness Ji glanced sideways at Su Zimo, full of provocation. Su Zimo jumped in fright and hurriedly said, please continue pretending. He knew very well that this person in front of him could truly do such a thing with no qualms. Zimo, what are you doing? Right then, Su Hong walked over with a hint of blame in his tone. I heard you mentioning something about a demoness. How is she a demoness? Don't spout nonsense. To think that you've spent more than 10 years studying the texts of saints. Su Zimo could not really explain despite being reprimanded and could only say, "Big brother, please don't overthink things. She's truly just a friend of mine and is a fellow cultivator."
Oh.
Unexpectedly, Su Hong's eyes lit up and he nodded. "That's good. Both of you are cultivators, so it's a perfect match." Demonis G grinned and an imperceptible smugness flashed across her eyes. Su Zimo coughed lightly and changed the topic. "Has Xiaoning returned in 2 years?"
No.
Su Hong shook his head. "You haven't seen her either?"
I see.
Su Zimo said in a low voice, "But you don't have to worry, big brother. The sect competition is about to begin. At that time, all major and minor sects within the Great Zhou dynasty would be present and I'll be able to see Xiaoning then." Naturally, Su Xiaoning was not the only one he would see at the sect competition. He might even encounter some old friends. An image surfaced in Su Zimo's mind. It was a gentle girl who told him heartlessly, "Our fate has come to an end. We are separated as mortals and immortals. I'm afraid we will not see each other again. It's true, our fate has come to an end. As for whether being separated as mortals and immortals as well as whether we'll see once another again, ha." Su Zimo's eyes flashed with mockery. Chapter 188, Breaking into the Palace. Chapter 188, Breaking into the Palace. Su Zimo did not leave immediately. He planned to stay in the palace for a few days and accompany his brother. After all, he did not know when he would be back next time. Demonis G did not leave either and stayed in the palace alongside Su Zimo. She merely took occasional walks outside and came over to tease Su Zimo when she had nothing to do. As the king of Yang, Su Hong would naturally not reside in the back palace all the time. Every day, he would take time to evaluate the memorials in the imperial court. In that period of time, Su Zimo would sit in his house quietly, raising his cultivation and starting on the organs refinement section while studying the various bloodline spirit arts he obtained in the stone coffin as well as the Buddha bead. Before leaving Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo's cultivation was already at the peak of early-stage foundation establishment. After the fight at the inheritance ground and obtaining a huge chunk of bloodline essence from that mysterious skeleton, Su Zimo broke through to mid-stage foundation establishment within a couple of days naturally. His bloodline was extraordinary to begin with and he had already reached the legendary Tsunami blood realm. As such, it was comparatively easier for him to cultivate the bloodline spirit arts. However, he had no clue how to go about the organs refinement section. He would think about it occasionally but put it aside when he could not find anything. During that period of time, Su Zimo's greatest focus was still on that mysterious Buddha bead. It was clear that there was a powerful secret skill hidden within the Buddha bead, Fiend Suppression Seal. Each time Su Zimo looked at the Buddha bead, he would fall into the illusion and experience the power of that golden palm descending from the skies to crush the demon and mountain of corpses with the hand seal. He constantly pondered and tried to figure out every single detail. This day, a group of foundation establishment cultivators arrived at the capital of Yang country, led by a man and woman, Shuyu and Shenmengqi. "Junior sister, if you want me to say it, let's openly barge into the palace and bring the king of Yang out. After asking about news of junior brother Ju, we can seek revenge. How about that?" Shuyu asked for Shenmengqi's opinion with a smile. Shenmengqi frowned and shook her head. "I don't wish to see those old friends, so I won't be going with you guys." Shuyu rolled his eyes and nodded. "That's true. Given our status, we'll be elevating the king of Yang's status if we go and look for him at his place. Junior brothers Liang Hao and Liu Hongyi, please bring our fellow sect mates to the palace and invite that king of Yang over." Shuyu placed emphasis on the word invite. His intentions were clear. He wanted Su Hong to suffer. 2 iridescent clouds palace cultivators stood up and cupped their fists. "Don't worry, senior brother Shu. Leave it to us." Shuyu nodded. Liang Hao and Liu Hongyi were both late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. In the capital of Yang country, they were absolutely domineering existences. Furthermore, they carried the badge of Iridescent Clouds Palace on their waist. Which idiot would dare provoke them? Shuyu, Shenmengqi and Shen Nan looked for a random in and moved in, waiting for Liang Hao and Liu Hongyi to bring the king of Yang over. Shen Nan was the most excited among them. In the 2 years since Su Hong was conferred king, he had been on tenterhooks, afraid that the Su family would seek revenge on him one day. Now, he no longer had to be afraid. After Su Hong's court session of the day, he headed for the back palace. When he reached Su Zimo's door, he realized that it was tightly shut. Pausing for a slight moment, he did not knock and instead turned to leave. He gathered that Su Zimo was probably in seclusion and did not disturb the latter. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Hong continued to read the account memorials. Not long after, there was a sudden commotion outside the door.
Who's there?
Ah! Sounds of fighting and screaming could be heard vaguely. It was as if someone had barged into the palace and headed straight for the chamber.
Oh!
Su Hong frowned, his expression calm and composed. Liu Yu and Yu Qihua exchanged glances and quickly stood in front of Su Hong, whispering, "Young master, leave from the back." Song Qi stood up and retrieved a flying sword from his storage bag. He shook his head with a solemn expression. "It's most likely too late to leave." Snap! Just as he said that, the door to the chamber was smashed apart by a tremendous force. More than 10 cultivators barged in with large strides, their heads reared with an imposing aura. Song Qi looked at them and could not help but feel shocked, his breathing stagnated. Foundation Establishment Cultivators. There were more than 10 cultivators, all of them Foundation Establishment cultivators. The 2 people leading them were even at late-stage Foundation Establishment. The power they possessed was almost enough to destroy a vassal state. When did Yang country offend such a faction? Song Qi's thoughts raced and he pondered, it makes no sense. We rarely have any interaction with cultivators, so we couldn't have offended these people. His gaze landed on the badge on the waist of the Foundation Establishment cultivators. Iridescent Clouds Palace. One of the 5 major sects, Iridescent Clouds Palace. This was big. Song Qi forced himself to remain calm as he revealed a smile and said in a deep voice, "Fellow seniors of Iridescent Clouds Palace who have come to visit the capital, please forgive us for being impolite and failing to welcome all of you." Liang Hao did not even bother to look at Song Qi. His head was raised, his nostrils facing the skies as he looked around. Finally, his gaze landed on Su Hong in the middle as he asked with raised brows, "You're the king of Yang, Su Hong?"
I am.
Su Hong stood up slowly with a calm expression. He pushed Liu Yu and Yu Qihua aside, facing Liang Hao and the rest directly.
Fu.
Liu Hongyi's lips curled into a cynical smile. He laughed lightly. "The ignorant are truly fearless. You can stay calm now, but I wonder if you'll roll in your pee out of fear later on. May I know why you guys have barged into the palace of Yang country?" Su Hong's tone was calm and composed, neither overbearing nor servile.
Why?
Liang Hao's expression darkened and he suddenly shouted, "Su Hong, how bold of you. Kneel down when you see immortals of the Iridescent Clouds Palace." His voice was deafening, reverberating in the chamber strongly. It was as if there was really an immortal looking down on all life and questioning loudly. Mortals aside, even Song Qi's expression was slightly pale. His chest felt stuffy and his heart raced. Su Hong raised his head and suddenly smiled. "Why should I kneel? You're indeed ignorant. It seems like you're someone who won't cry until you see the coffin. I've got to let you suffer for a bit," Liu Hongyi declared sinisterly with a malicious expression. Right as he was about to step forth, a voice came from outside. "The people from Iridescent Clouds Palace are truly promising. They're always forcing people to kneel, Fu." Those words were clearly filled with disdain and mockery. Immediately, the group from Iridescent Clouds Palace were enraged as they turned back. A green-robed man strode over. Refined and delicate, he was elegant like a scholar. However, his eyes were narrowed like a sharp blade, carrying an intensely cold glint. Behind the green-robed man was a girl in a pink dress. She was breathtakingly beautiful and her eyes seemed to be able to speak. Every glance of hers caused waves of light to swirl around her, fluttering the hearts of the many cultivators present as well. Chapter 189 Might of the Fiend Suppression Seal. Chapter 189 Might of the Fiend Suppression Seal. Be it male or female, the dozen or so cultivators of Iridescent Cloud's palace were attracted by the girl in pink's appearance, forgetting where they were for a moment. It was only after the green-robed man and girl in pink brushed past them and entered the chamber that everyone came to their senses. Liang Hao and Liu Hongyi used their spirit-peering art to probe the two of them immediately. The girl in pink seemed to have cultivated some secret technique, concealing her cultivation in a blurry and unfathomable manner. There was nothing special about the green-robed cultivator. He was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Liang Hao and Liu Hongyi sneered to themselves. When both of them saw that neither the green-robed cultivator or girl in pink had any identity badges, they assumed that these must be itinerant or minor sect cultivators and there was nothing to be afraid of. The moment they saw the girl in pink, be it Liang Hao or Liu Hongyi, both harbored a thought. They wanted to show off their strength and vie for the girl in pink's attention. The green-robed cultivator and girl in pink were naturally Su Zimo and Demonis G. Su Zimo walked into the chamber and swept his gaze. Upon seeing that no one was injured, the killing intent in his eyes lessened slightly. Even though Song Qi did not say anything, he kept giving Su Zimo a meaningful glance to remind him that his opponents were of a higher cultivation realm. Furthermore, they were from Iridescent Cloud's palace and were strong with a powerful backing. Worry flashed in Su Hong's eyes when he saw Su Zimo appearing as well. Su Zimo merely smiled and nodded to Su Hong, Song Qi, and the rest, indicating for them to be at ease. He found a random chair and sat down calmly without even glancing at the group from Iridescent Cloud's palace. Liang Hao and the rest were furious when they saw how arrogant Su Zimo was despite his lower cultivation. "Were you the one who spoke just now?" Liang Hao glared at Su Zimo fixedly and asked coldly. "Yes." Su Zimo lowered his head and pressed his middle finger against his thumb, rubbing it lightly as he replied expressionlessly. Liang Hao narrowed his eyes and said icily, "In that case, do you have any objections if I get Su Hong to kneel down?" Su Zimo raised his head and looked askance at Liang Hao, asking with a smile, "Are you worthy? You must be courting death." Liang Hao's fingertips moved in an incantation gesture, and the spirit energy in his dantian burst out, forming a long sword out of thin air. This was one of the more ordinary spirit techniques in the cultivation world, the condensing sword art. Using rich spirit energy as a foundation, a long sword was condensed. However, its sharpness was no weaker than a spirit weapon. Furthermore, its aura was terrifying and emitted a suppressive force. Right then, Su Zimo moved as well. His mind flashed repeatedly with the shocking scene he had witnessed when he delved into the illusion of the Buddha bead. Subconsciously, Su Zimo's middle finger and thumb pressed together to form a weird hand seal. The secret skill hidden in the Buddha bead, Fiend Suppression Seal. At that moment, the spirit energy in his dantian circulated crazily and continuously surged into the newly formed hand seal. The speed was too fast. The Fiend Suppression Seal was like a bottomless pit, absorbing the spirit energy in Su Zimo's dantian constantly like a whale swallowing a cow. Su Zimo had a feeling that if he did not make a move, the Fiend Suppression Seal could even absorb his spirit energy entirely without a single drop left. The more powerful the spirit art, the greater the consumption of spirit energy. Right now, Su Zimo was at mid-stage foundation establishment. Due to the presence of the bloodbone palm, the quality of his spirit energy could even match that of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. If the Fiend Suppression Seal could absorb all the spirit energy of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, how terrifying was that spirit art? Su Zimo did not dare to wait any longer and attacked directly. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a giant golden palm descended from the sky. Smashing through the heavens, it suppressed all airflow and crushed towards Liang Hao and the others in a repressive manner. At that moment, even those who were not involved felt a sense of trepidation. Pest! Song Qi gasped as his heart trembled. Even though the strike was not aimed at him, he could still feel a suffocating pressure. Demonis G watched with an open mouth and widened eyes in disbelief. As the pure maiden of the fiend sects, she naturally had a sharp eye. The power of this spirit art before her was far beyond her imagination. Ethereal peak aside, Even the fiend sects that had survived through the ancient times did not have many spirit arts of this level. Liang Hao and Liu Hongyi, who were situated beneath the fiend suppression seal, were horrified. They looked up with widened, bloodshot eyes and shuddered in fear. Both of them could see clearly. The patterns on the golden palm were clearly visible, as though they were corporeal. It was as if the divine god's palm carried with it a supreme might as it came crushing down, seeking to destroy all living thing. "Everyone, help me." The fiend suppression seal descended extremely quickly and encompassed a large area. Liang Hao did not have time to dodge and could only roar loudly. Beside him, Liu Hongyi was also the first to bear the brunt. At that moment, the two of them had an illusion. They did not seem to be facing a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Instead, it was a perfected foundation establishment cultivator who had unlocked multiple meridians. Liang Hao did not even have time to stab at Su Zimo using the spirit sword he had just conjured. He could only use all his strength to stab at the golden palm above him. Kill. On the other side, Liu Hongyi also burst out with a spirit art. A huge mirror covered the both of their heads, glistening with a watery surface as though it could withstand all power. Even though the remaining 10 iridescent clouds palace cultivators were not enveloped by the golden hand seal, they hurriedly rendered their assistance, seeing their two senior brothers in need. Instantly, flying swords with cold auras intertwined with one another as spirit arts were released. There was only one goal, the descending golden hand seal. Snap. Liang Hao's spirit sword was the first to snap. Against the golden hand seal, it was like a mere chicken that could not withstand a single blow. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 The flying swords and spirit arts of the iridescent clouds palace cultivators struck the golden hand seal and it trembled, dimming its golden light considerably. Even so, the golden hand seal continued to crush down. It made contact with the spirit mirror Liu Hongyi conjured. Piak! The ripples on the surface of the spirit realm instantly coagulated as they shattered, dissipating their spirit energy. Liang Hao and Liu Hongyi panicked. They quickly took out a protective talisman from their storage bags and crushed it. A light dome appeared around them. Crack! 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 In the blink of an eye, cracks appeared on the surface of the light dome and spread rapidly. Bang! The protection talismans had failed. Liang Hao and Liu Hongyi could not endure the burden and spat out a mouthful of blood as though they were struck by lightning. Their faces were pale and dispirited. Right after, their legs buckled and they fell to their knees with a plop. The impact nearly shattered their knees, causing their faces to squeeze together in pain. The golden hand seal dissipated as well after receiving that much of an impact. It was completely silent within the chamber. No one had expected this. Demoness Ji knew that Su Zimo was terrifying in his melee combat ability. However, she had not expected that he would be able to unleash such domineering powers in terms of cultivation techniques as well. The two late-stage foundation establishment cultivators were seriously injured and lost their combat power. The remaining 10 iridescent clouds palace cultivators were not enveloped by the fiend suppression seal after all. Since they only attacked by the side, they were not injured. Even so, they had expended quite a bit of spirit energy as they looked at Su Zimo with frightful eyes. Chapter 190, Get Over Here Yourself. Chapter 190, Get Over Here Yourself. Right from the start, Su Zimo had been seated on the chair without any major movements. In fact, he did not even stand up and looked calm and composed. In reality, he felt quite the shock as well. The might of the fiend suppression seal had far surpassed his expectations. At that moment, the spirit energy in his energy was almost depleted. If he could provide sufficient spirit energy, how terrifying would the power of the fiend suppression seal be? According to his calculation, the power exerted by the fiend suppression seal earlier on was probably less than 30% of its full power. What sort of a spirit art was that? A mere 30% of its power nearly depleted Su Zimo's spirit energy as a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Who are you? What sect are you from? Tell me your name if you've got the guts. Liang Hao struggled to stand up. He stared at Su Zimo and asked slowly with hateful eyes. Who allowed you to get up? Su Zimo's gaze turned cold and he casually flicked the teacup on the table. How strong was Su Zimo's physical strength? Even a casual strike of his was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, Liang Hao was already severely injured. Phew! The teacup tore through the air. Before Liang Hao could react, the teacup smashed onto his knee with a loud bang. Instantly, the teacup shattered into pieces. Liang Hao was just about to get up when he was forced to kneel after such a heavy blow once more. Ah! He cried out in pain and cold sweat trickled down his forehead in the blink of an eye. At the side, Liu Hongyi was about to get up as well. However, the scene scared him so much that he shivered and continued kneeling on the ground obediently with a lowered head, not daring to mutter a word. The situation was pressuring. At a time like this, being stubborn was only asking for trouble. Even though there were 10 Foundation establishment cultivators from Iridescent Cloud's palace remaining, all of them were stunned by Su Zimo. How would any of them dare to make a move? The 10 Iridescent Cloud's palace cultivators exchanged glances and tacitly retreated. The matter before them could only be handled by senior brother Shu Yu and senior sister Shen Mengqi. It was useless for them to stay here. This is not over yet. All of you, stay here. Su Zimo sat on his original spot with no intention of getting up. Even though his tone was calm, it carried an unquestionable strength. Hurry, let's go. Someone shouted loudly and summoned a flying sword, running outside without looking back. Su Zimo pointed forward and hollered softly, instant thunder, snap. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a thunderbolt as thick as an adult's arm suddenly descended and shot down in the middle of the Iridescent Cloud's palace cultivators in a dazzling manner. The dense thunderbolts quickly spread out and crackled. Thunder art was the most offensive of all spirit arts. Coupled with the fact that Su Zimo had cultivated the ancient Void Thunder Manual, the power of thunder in his bloodline was extremely strong. Of the remaining 10 people, 4 were at mid-stage while 6 were at early-stage Foundation establishment, how could any of them withstand the might of thunder? Ah! 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 Tragic cries could be heard from the crowd. The 6 early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were instantly electrocuted and charred. Green smoke billowed from their bodies as they fell to the ground. The 4 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were also covered in dirt. Although they had barely managed to withstand the blow, they were severely injured with blood oozing from the sides of their mouths. All their hairs turned charred and curly from the shock. Su Hong, Song Qi, and the others were long dumbfounded by what they saw. How could they have expected that his younger brother, the second young master of the Su family, would be so powerful in just 2 years? Fellow Daoist, you better not go too far. Liu Hongyi gulped and mustered his courage to declare. Interesting. Su Zimo smiled. You're the ones who came knocking to provoke, forcing others to kneel in an intimidating manner. Why am I the one blamed for going too far now? Here, don't you get arrogant now. Liang Hao endured the pain in his knees and said sinisterly, Punk, my senior brother and sister are in the capital now. Wait and see what happens if we don't bring Su Hong back with us.
Oh.
Su Zimo read between the lines and asked with interest, Does that mean that you are here today to take away the King of Yang? Liang Hao replied loudly, So what if I am? Very good. Su Zimo nodded and asked again, Why do you want the King of Yang? Is it because he has a feud with you guys or is it something else? That's none of your business. Liang Hao snorted. Even though Su Hong is the King of Yang, he's a mere mortal. It's his honor if senior brother Shu wants to see him. Honor? Su Zimo sneered coldly, In that case, I'll let one person leave. You. Go back and tell your senior brother Shu my exact words. Su Zimo casually pointed at a slightly injured Iridescent Cloud's palace cultivator and said indifferently, If you want to meet the King of Yang, sure. Get over here yourself. The Iridescent Cloud's palace cultivator nodded with a terrified expression and fled on his flying sword. In an inn near the capital, Shu Yu and Shen Mengqi were casually eating and chatting. Shu Yu asked with concern, Junior sister, you don't look too good. Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing. Shen Mengqi shook her head and frowned. For some reason, I'm feeling a little frustrated. Shu Yu smiled. Junior sister, You don't have to think too much about it. If you don't wish to see those old friends, you can just avoid Su Hong when he's here later. Leave everything to me. All right, Shen Mengqi nodded. Right then, the sound of clothes fluttering through the air could be heard from afar. It was obvious that someone had sped over on a flying sword in a seemingly flustered manner.
Oh.
Shu Yu frowned and waved his robes gently, causing the entrance door to open as a figure rushed in. Junior brother Lu? Shu Yu and Shen Mengqi were slightly taken aback. The person's clothes were torn and some places even had burn marks. He had rushed over in haste with white smoke still rising from his charred, curly hair as though he had just been electrocuted. Junior brother Lu, how could you be so careless to be struck by lightning? Shu Yu frowned and berated. You're an immortal cultivator and yet you don't even know how to dodge lightning. Look at you, how inappropriate. The cultivator with the surname Lu was about to land from his flying sword. When he heard that, it triggered his internal injuries and he spat out a mouthful of blood, falling head first onto the ground. Shu Yu went forward and helped him up.
Oh.
His expression changed. He could sense the fluctuations of a spirit art from this person's body. Your injuries were caused by a thunder art? Shu Yu asked with furrowed brows. Lu finally managed to catch his breath and nodded. Senior brother Shu, something has happened. He quickly recounted what happened in the palace, even relating Su Zimo's statement word for word. Mitch, what big words. A mere mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator and he dares to get so cocky with me? Shu Yu's expression darkened as he asked, what's his name? What sect does he belong to? I don't know. Lu shook his head. Chapter 191 Old Flame. Chapter 191 Old Flame. Lu frowned as he recalled, that person wears a green robe and he looks refined and elegant, like a cultured scholar. Pausing for a moment, Lu grumbled indignantly, but, it's all a lie. Who would have thought that the frail scholar would be this powerful? He was so terrifying when he attacked. Upon hearing this, Shen Mengqi's heart skipped a beat. A familiar figure flashed across her mind. In the past 4 years, this figure had been buried deep in her memories, almost forgotten. It was only because she had returned to her old home that brought back some of her childhood memories in a melancholic manner. Upon hearing junior brother Lu's recount of the incident, the first person that came to Shen Mengqi's mind was Su Zimo. However, she smiled and shook her head, denying her thoughts in the blink of an eye. The thought was indeed rather ridiculous. Su Zimo did not even have a spirit root. How could he cultivate and possess such tremendous strength? Shen Mengqi had never regretted her decision. Even if it happened again, she would choose to leave Su Zimo and Pingyang Town to follow perfected being Kang Lang on the path of cultivation. After 4 years of cultivation, she was even more certain of one thing. That was, with the passage of time, the gap between her and Su Zimo would grow to a point where it was no longer possible for them to have any interactions. Let's go to the palace. I want to see which idiot would dare to harm the cultivators of Iridescent Cloud's palace. Shu Yu's voice pulled Shen Mengqi back from her messy thoughts. Shen Mengqi frowned. Senior brother Shu, even though the person is at mid-stage foundation establishment, he has the strength to take down late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. We mustn't be careless. I see. Shu Yu smiled. Don't worry, junior sister. I know my limits. According to junior brother Lu's description, this person must have obtained a high-quality spirit art and made use of that to defeat Liang Hao and the others. Shen Mengqi nodded. However, the higher the quality of the spirit art, the more spirit energy it would consume. Shu Yu smirked coldly and continued, if I'm not wrong, that person should be almost drained of spirit energy. He won't be able to recover much in this period of time. He is now at his weakest. Senior brother Shu, senior sister Shen, let's not delay any further and move now. I see. 3 rays of sword light rose into the air as Shen Mengqi carried Shen Nan and sped towards the palace with Shu Yu and Lu. Before long, the 4 of them arrived at the entrance of the King of Yang's chamber. The door was open. From the outside, they saw Liang Hao, Liu Hongyi, and the other Iridescent Cloud's palace cultivators kneeling on the ground in a dejected manner. As the 4 of them were looking down from their flying swords, they could not see who else was inside the chamber. Withdrawing their flying swords, Shu Yu and the others descended at the entrance of the chamber and looked inside. At first glance, the four of them saw a mature man sitting in the middle of the room. Even though he was only middle-aged, he had a head of white hair. Of course, the most prominent thing about the man was a slanted scar on his face. It was terrifyingly ferocious, almost splitting his entire face into two. Upon seeing Su Hong, Shen Mengqi felt a little emotional. She naturally knew him, although she did not have a deep impression. Even though this person before her was already the king of a country with considerable power, compared to her, he was nothing in terms of status and strength. When Su Hong saw Shen Mengqi, he was slightly stunned. The Shen family girl? After 4 years, he could barely recognize the gentle and simple girl from back then. Shen Mengqi exuded a clear, cold aura that kept people at arm's length. Even though they were both cultivators, Su Hong did not feel the same coldness from Su Zimo. At that moment, he suddenly felt relieved. He was relieved Shen Mengqi chose to leave his brother back then. They were not the same type of people to begin with. Shen Mengqi's gaze moved away from Su Hong after pausing for a while and turned to the two people seated at the side. A green-robed man sat on a chair at the side of the chamber. His side view was facing the entrance as he leisurely sampled freshly brewed tea that emitted a fragrant scent with a calm expression. Upon seeing the green-robed man, Shen Mengqi felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her body trembled slightly and she froze on the spot. Shaking her head gently, her cherry lips opened slightly as disbelief filled her eyes. Her mind was going blank. Even though it was just a side profile. Even though it had been 4 years. Even though that person had matured a lot. Shen Mengqi recognized him at the first instance. If it was any other time, Shu Yu would definitely notice something unusual about Shen Mengqi. However, at that moment, his full attention was drawn in by the girl in pink sitting beside the green-robed man. He almost forgot where he was. She smiled at him tenderly, her eyes curved into crescent moons that were filled with love. Ah! Suddenly, an exclamation was heard from the chamber. Shun Nan had obviously recognized the green-robed man and his expression changed. Back then, the impression left on Shun Nan by this man wielding a long saber in the courtyard of the Zhao family while drenched in blood was too deep. It almost became a nightmare that he could not get rid of. Even though Shu Yu and Shen Mengqi were beside him, the fear that was deep-rooted in his memories still frightened Shun Nan into shrieking. It was a somewhat familiar shriek. At that moment, Su Zimo finally placed the teacup in his hands down slowly. Turning slightly, he glanced towards the entrance. Their eyes met. Instantly, it was as though space had changed and time had reversed. A series of images flashed past his mind and gradually dissipated. There was silence for a long time. Shen Mengqi's expression was complex. Su Zimo was slightly startled. However, his eyes regained their calmness before long. From the moment he stepped onto the path of cultivation, Su Zimo knew that he would definitely meet Shen Mengqi again. However, he did not expect that it would be under such circumstances, that it would be today. 4 years ago, she left resolutely and Su Zimo suffered a huge blow. He could still remember that heart-wrenching pain till this day. If not for Dai Yu's appearance, it would have been difficult for him to get out of that ordeal so quickly. Su Zimo initially thought that he would be filled with resentment towards Shen Mengqi. He had even imagined that if they were reunited, he would stand proudly before Shen Mengqi and tell her that there was nothing tough about living in a world without her. However, reality was different from imagination. Now that he met Shen Mengqi once more, Su Zimo was extremely calm. In fact, he seemed relaxed. Unknowingly, Shen Mengqi had turned into a passerby of his life and was just an ordinary old acquaintance. At that moment, Shen Mengqi felt a mix of emotions and bitterness in her mouth. It had been 4 years. He did not seem to have changed much. He was still dressed in green and exuded a scholarly air. However, Shen Mengqi had just used her spirit-peering art and could naturally tell that Su Zimo was now a cultivator. Furthermore, he was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. How could that be? The atmosphere within the chamber suddenly became strange. The disciples of Iridescent Cloud's palace were kneeling on the ground, looking extremely miserable and perplexed. For some reason, Senior sister Shun looked distracted and confused after she entered the chamber and caught sight of that green-robed cultivator. It was the same for senior brother Shu, who was staring at the girl in pink. No one was bothered about them at all. Chapter 192, That's Quieter Now. Chapter 192, That's Quieter Now. Even though Su Zimo looked calm and composed without much emotion, Demoness G noticed something unusual nevertheless. A weird glint flickered in her eyes, but she said nothing. Su Zimo tapped his fingers on the table and attracted everyone's attention. He then said slowly, "Tell me, why are you looking for my elder brother?" There was no greeting nor pleasantry as Su Zimo went straight to the point of questioning. A flash of panic appeared in Shun Mengqi's eyes as she was suddenly at a loss of what to do. Su Zimo's gaze turned to Shun Nan, who was cowering at the side. Raising his brows slightly, he asked, "You're here for revenge?" That gaze of Su Zimo sent Shun Nan shivering as he shook his head like a rattle drum. "Was it your idea?" With a slight pause, Su Zimo shifted his gaze to Shun Mengqi and asked coldly, "Or yours, No." Shun Mengqi shook her head subconsciously. Shun Mengqi was a cultivator after all. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and explained, "It's because 2 years ago, a junior brother of the sect may have disappeared within Yang country. We're here to see if the king of Yang has news of him." "Oh, right. You know the missing person too. We're all from Pingyang town, he is Jew." Suddenly, Shun Mengqi paused. Looking at Su Zimo, she seemed to know something. Prior to this, she had not considered that Su Zimo might have something to do with Zhu Dingyun's disappearance. But if Su Zimo was a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator now, he should have been a cultivator 2 years ago as well. In addition, Su Zimo and Zhu Dingyun had a feud to begin with. The truth was revealed. 2 years ago, Zhu Dingyun returned to Pingyang town to cause trouble for Su Zimo. Unexpectedly, he was killed by the latter, who wiped away all traces. Shun Mengqi's speculation was similar to the truth. It was just that Su Zimo was not a cultivator 2 years ago, he merely possessed the capability to kill Zhu Dingyun as well. With that, Shun Mengqi had already calmed down. Su Zimo had become a cultivator just like her. However, his spirit root and endowment were inferior to hers. Furthermore, he had not joined any major sects and his future achievements would never ever match hers. In Iridescent Cloud's palace, she made friends with geniuses of the cultivation world. As for Su Zimo, he did not have any backing or power. He would only be able to hang out at the bottom rung of the cultivation world and die at any moment. Even though they had both spent 4 years, she was already at perfected Foundation establishment with a meridian unlocked. As for him, he was only at mid-stage Foundation establishment. That was the difference between them. Moreover, Shun Mengqi believed that the gap between them would only deepen as time passed. She was certain of that. Her decision back then was still the right one. At that thought, Shun Mengqi regained her confidence and composure. She looked at Su Zimo with a smile. "It's been a couple of years, but you've changed quite a bit." Su Zimo was about to say something when he felt a lotus root-like arm coiling around his arm. Fragrance assaulted his senses as Demoness G spoke. "Zimo, who is this woman?" Shun Mengqi frowned. Only now had she noticed that there was a girl in pink seated beside Su Zimo. More importantly, this girl in pink was far superior than her in terms of looks or aura. Shun Mengqi felt uncomfortable when she saw the girl in pink hugging Su Zimo intimately. It was as if something that belonged to her had been stolen by someone else. Staring at Demoness G, Shun Mengqi asked coldly, "Who are you? What do you think?" Demoness G smiled like a flower and squeezed next to Su Zimo. She raised her chin slightly and looked at Shun Mengqi as if she was exerting dominance. Su Zimo removed Demoness G's arm. Just as he was about to speak, his heart stirred. He felt a killing intent. "If the king of Yang is your brother, that means you're Su Zimo?" Shu could not help but flare up when he saw Demoness G almost squeezing herself into his embrace. He interrupted with a murderous aura. Su Zimo reversed the question, "So what if I am? All my fellow juniors were injured by you?" Shu narrowed his gaze and asked again. Su Zimo nodded. "That's right. All right, hand over your life then." Shuyu shouted and conjured a hand seal, his eyes turning cold. All of a sudden, Shun Mengqi swiftly blocked in front of Shuyu and whispered, frowning, "Senior brother Shu, let's forget about this. There might be some misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Shuyu's face darkened. He injured so many of our fellow juniors. Is this a misunderstanding? If it was in the past, Shuyu would not object to anything Shun Mengqi said. But now, he was completely charmed by Demoness Ji. He only knew that killing the green-robed cultivator before him was the only way he could obtain Demoness Ji's body and heart. Shun Mengqi pursed her lips. "I'll get him to apologize to you and our fellow juniors now. Please let him off this once, senior brother." With that, Shun Mengqi turned to Su Zimo and said in a low voice, "What are you waiting for? Come over and apologize." Su Zimo suddenly laughed, his eyes filled with mockery. "You were the ones who came to provoke and cause me trouble. Why should I apologize?" Shun Mengqi frowned and glared at Su Zimo, hollering softly, "Su Zimo, don't be ungrateful. I'm trying to save you."
Oh.
Su Zimo did not stop smiling. Shun Mengqi said, "Do you know of the 5 major sects? Do you know of Iridescent Cloud's palace? There are some people and factions you can't afford to offend in the cultivation world. What are you still waiting for? Come and apologize." Demoness Ji clapped her hands and smiled. "Sister, you're truly right about that. There are truly some people and factions you can't afford to offend in the cultivation world." Fufu. Shuyu laughed icily, "Junior sister, an apology has to be sincere. I'll only let Su Zimo off if he kneels and kowtows 3 times in front of me." In Shuyu's opinion, humiliating Su Zimo in front of the girl in pink might produce an even better effect than killing him. "Senior brother, isn't that a little overboard?" Shun Mengqi frowned slightly. "Humph." Shuyu replied coldly, "That's not all. Su Zimo is not the only one who should be kneeling and apologizing. His brother has to do it as well. Senior brother, I'm begging you. Let this matter. This matter is non-negotiable." At this moment, Su Zimo suddenly stood up and walked towards Shuyu expressionlessly. Thinking that Shuyu had compromised and was about to apologize, Shuyu could not help but laugh smugly. "Haha, at least you know your place. How annoying." Su Zimo came in front of Shuyu and said. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Shuyu's throat with lightning speed. Su Zimo squeezed hard. Crack. The sound of bones cracking echoed as Shuyu's eyes turned bloodshot and almost popped out of their sockets, looking at Su Zimo in disbelief. He had not expected that Su Zimo would dare lay a hand on him. More than that, he had not expected that Su Zimo would dare kill him. Furthermore, there were no chances given at all. It was a sure-kill strike. Su Zimo released his grip and heaved a long sigh of relief, muttering softly, "That's quieter now." Shuyu's head tilted and fell to the ground in a thud. He was dead. A dead silence took over the chamber. Complete silence. Chapter 193, Pay with Blood. Chapter 193, Pay with Blood. Liang Hao, Liu Hongyi, and the other Iridescent Cloud's palace cultivators knelt on the ground in shivers. They looked at Su Zimo with fear as sweat filled their palms. Shun Mengqi stood rooted to the spot and stared blankly at Shuyu, who died with grievances on the ground with disbelief in her eyes. Everything had happened too suddenly and Shun Mengqi's head felt as though it had exploded, buzzing chaotically. Su Zimo, how dare he? Is he crazy? Did he not think about the consequences? Demoness Ji narrowed her gaze and licked her lips. To be fair, she was the most calm of the people present. Even though she had not known Su Zimo for long, she could vaguely understand his temperament. This was a man who looked weak on the outside but had a tiger in his heart, decisive to kill. The moment he made a move, he was like a thunderbolt that would not give anyone a chance to breathe. Even the fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect was killed by him, let alone a mere cultivator of Iridescent Cloud's palace who was yapping incessantly without fear. "Su Zimo, do you know what you're doing? Do you know how much trouble you've caused?" Shun Mengqi glared at Su Zimo, looking agitated as she questioned loudly. Su Zimo smiled nonchalantly. That made Shun Mengqi even angrier. She clenched her fists and shouted, I didn't expect you to still be so immature after 4 years.
You're a cultivator.
Even if you can escape, have you ever thought about your brother who will still be in the capital of Yang country? Have you considered that you would implicate your family? Su Zimo glanced sideways and waved his sleeves. A golden silk cloth floated over from the table in front of Su Hong. It emitted a faint authority as if the emperor had descended and was inspecting the world. The imperial edict. Shun Mangqi and the others recognized the origin of that golden silk cloth immediately and were shocked. The status of the emperor of Great Ju was much higher than theirs. Su Zimo replied indifferently, "My brother has the imperial edict with him. Anyone who dares goes against him is going against the Great Ju dynasty, making an enemy of the emperor." Everyone from Iridescent Cloud's palace fell silent. Furthermore, grudges of the cultivation world should not implicate mortals. Pausing for a moment, Su Zimo swept his gaze across everyone from Iridescent Cloud's palace and finally fixed it on Shun Mangqi, saying slowly, "Whoever dares lay a hand on my brother and break the rules first, I'm sorry. I'll have them pay with blood." As soon as he finished speaking, a torrential murderous aura burst out from Su Zimo's body, almost materializing. It caused everyone's hearts to tremble. The temperature in the chamber plummeted. Liang Hao and the others trembled. They quickly avoided Su Zimo's gaze, not daring to look him in the eye. In Shun Mangqi's eyes, Su Zimo had suddenly become an extremely unfamiliar person, someone that she did not know at all. This wasn't a frail scholar. This was clearly a fiend celestial from hell, a bloodthirsty and violent ancient demon. That feeling was fleeting, as if it was an illusion. In the cultivation world, while there was no official rule, many cultivators had a tacit understanding that they would not involve mortals in their grudges. Shun Mangqi took a deep breath and composed herself before continuing. "All right, even if your brother is safe, you'll have to account for killing a disciple of Iridescent Cloud's palace. From now on, you'll be running away from home, living in fear every day. Is this what you want?" Su Zimo smiled, looking at Shun Mangqi calmly and asked, "Who said that I'll be homeless? You still refuse to come to your senses." Shun Mangqi looked at Su Zimo in disappointment. Iridescent Cloud's palace is one of the 5 major sects in the Great Ju dynasty. As long as you're within the borders of the Great Ju dynasty, who can protect you? Which sect will dare take you in? Su Zimo, wake up. Piak. Right then, Su Zimo took out a long badge from his storage bag and tossed it at the table beside him. "I forgot to mention, I'm a disciple of Ethereal Peak. It's no big deal killing someone from Iridescent Cloud's palace. Ethereal Peak will naturally protect me." Shun Mangqi stared intently at the identity badge on the table. Biting her cherry lips, she stood there in a daze. Everything she was prepared to say could no longer come out of her mouth. Ethereal Peak. It had been 4 years, but Su Zimo had actually joined one of the 5 major sects as well, Ethereal Peak. From the moment she saw Su Zimo, Shun Mangqi had been looking down at him condescendingly. All of a sudden, Shun Mangqi realized that Su Zimo had everything she relied on as well. Her pride seemed to have turned worthless. In that 4 years, the gap between them had not increased. Instead, it shrank. What comforted Shun Mangqi slightly was that she was still higher than Su Zimo in terms of cultivation realm. "I'll be at Ethereal Peak. Whoever wants revenge, come. I'll take you on." Su Zimo's tone was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. After a brief silence, Shun Mangqi gave Su Zimo a complicated look. She turned around and said, "Let's go back to the sec." With that, she walked over to Liang Hao and Liu Hongyi, wanting to help them up. Both of them eyed Su Zimo warily. Seeing that the latter was expressionless and did not object, they endured the pain and stood up. The group from Iridescent Cloud's palace supported one another and left the King of Yang's chamber. A breeze brushed past them and they felt a chill. Unknowingly, all of them had broken out in cold sweat. It was only when they walked out the door that everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They felt as though they had survived a disaster. Even though they were all Foundation Establishment cultivators, for some reason, all of them felt a tightness in their chest against Su Zimo. It was as though there was a menacing pressure that prevented them from breathing. Shun Mengqi said to everyone from Iridescent Cloud's palace in a low voice, "Leave the palace first.
I'll be right after."
Senior Sister Shun, don't fight with that Su Zimo anymore. What if? Liu Hongyi's heart skipped a beat as he hurried to persuade her. Everyone else nodded in agreement with fright in their eyes. It would be fine if Shun Mengqi won. But, if she lost, they were worried that they would be implicated and lose their lives here as well. Senior Sister Shun, let him off this time. There will be many opportunities to take his life in the future. Another person tried to persuade while encouraging Shun Mengqi at the same time.
Don't worry, I'll be right back.
I won't fight with him. Shun Mengqi let out a reassuring smile and turned back. Coming in front of Su Zimo, Shun Mengqi stared at him and said coldly, "Come out. I have some things to say to you." With that, Shun Mengqi turned and walked out. Shun Mengqi's tone made Su Zimo frown. "What's the matter that's so mysterious that you have to hide it from me?" Demoness Ji's eyes darted between Su Zimo and Shun Mengqi as she asked meaningfully. Clang, clang. Right then, Su Zimo knocked his fingers on the table. "If you have anything, you can say it here." Su Zimo did not get up as he lowered his eyes and said calmly. Shun Mengqi stopped in her tracks, back facing Su Zimo. Her expression changed continuously as she grit her teeth and turned around slowly. Chapter 194, Frog in the Well. Chapter 194, Frog in the Well. Shun Mengqi said, "Thank you for not being calculative with my brother and sparing his life." Su Zimo replied, "Thank you for your reminder back then. Take that as a favor paid." Upon seeing this, everyone from the Su family felt emotional. They watched Su Zimo and Shun Mengqi grow up together. The two of them were once childhood sweethearts. After seeing one another 4 years later, there was no joyful reunion nor deliberate avoidance, it was merely a polite exchange of indifferent thanks. Of course, Shun Mengqi was the only one who understood the meaning of their conversation. Everyone else was confused and did not know what was going on. Before they parted 4 years ago, Shun Mengqi caught up with Su Zimo and said something. Among it, she said, "Zhu Dingyun and I will be leaving Pingyang town with the perfected being tomorrow." It seemed like it was nothing, but if one thought about it carefully, they would realize that there was no need to mention Zhu Dingyun. At that time, perfected being Kang Lang was in midair and Shun Mengqi did not dare to make her reminder too obvious. However, she believed that given Su Zimo's intelligence, he would definitely be able to read between the lines. The facts proved it as well. After Su Zimo returned to his home, he pretended to be drunk and successfully bewitched Zhu Dingyun, scaring the latter off. Of course, even without Shun Mengqi's reminder, Zhu Dingyun might not have succeeded with Dai Yu around. After a brief silence, Shun Mengqi asked, "Did you kill Zhu Dingyun?" "Yes." Su Zimo did not choose to hide the truth. He had even killed Shu Yu, so he naturally did not care if Zhu Dingyun's death was added to it. "Zimo, even though you're a disciple of Ethereal Peak, I still want to say that you were too rash earlier on." Shun Mengqi said, "If you didn't kill Shu Yu, I would have helped you keep Zhu Dingyun's death a secret. At least you won't offend Iridescent Cloud's palace that way. Now that you've killed Shu Yu in front of everyone, I can't help you hide this secret even if I wanted to." "Why should you hide it?" Su Zimo asked. "Huh?" Shun Mengqi was momentarily stunned. He replied indifferently, "If I wanted to hide it, the simplest method would be to kill all of you." Shun Mengqi's heart skipped a beat. From Su Zimo's gaze, she had a feeling that he wasn't joking about it. Su Zimo continued, "If I didn't kill you guys, it meant that I have no intention to hide it. So naturally, I'm not afraid of offending Iridescent Cloud's palace." A killing intent flashed through Su Zimo's eyes at the thought of perfected being Kang Lang. "Furthermore, I've already offended Iridescent Cloud's palace before." Upon hearing this, Shun Mengqi's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to have recalled something and frowned. "Shun Mengqi, are you still thinking of taking revenge on my master?"
"Oh,
"Perfected being Kang Lang is your master?" Su Zimo smiled faintly and said sarcastically, "How unlucky. Go back and tell him to live his life well. One day, I'll personally take his life." "Su Zimo, that's enough." Shun Mengqi was a little agitated and questioned lightly, You want to kill my master just because of a horse? A horse? Su Zimo stood up slowly. His eyes flickered coldly and a murderous aura emitted from him through just that simple motion. Arriving before Shunmengqi, Su Zimo stared at her with a piercing gaze that was sharp as knives. Shunmengqi even had an illusion that Su Zimo's gaze stabbed her. She took a step back subconsciously. At that moment, she had even forgotten that her cultivation was higher than Su Zimo's. He said coldly, "If not for Zui Feng, I would have died. Your master wanted my life back then." Shunmengqi couldn't refute him. She had witnessed what happened back then. If Zui Feng had not been psychic and managed to defend in time, Su Zimo would have been burnt to ashes. Shunmengqi took a deep breath and raised her head, looking straight in Su Zimo's eyes. "After 4 years, you're still arrogant and ignorant as ever. You overestimate your abilities. What right do you have to take revenge on my master as a Foundation establishment cultivator? Yes, you will grow stronger and raise your cultivation with the passage of time. However, Master will not remain stagnant either. He will grow stronger too. You will never be able to catch up to him and take revenge." Pausing for a moment, Shunmengqi scoffed coldly, "Also, I didn't attack you just now because I'm weaker than you. It's because I didn't want to fight you for old time's sake, but don't push your luck. Do you think that you have the strength to defeat me, a perfected Foundation establishment, just because you killed senior brother Shu with a sneak attack?" Su Zimo looked at Shunmengqi calmly. At this distance, he had 100 ways to defeat Shunmengqi. Sadly, those who were ignorant would never ever know of their ignorance. As though she hadn't had enough, Shunmengqi continued, "Su Zimo, there are too many geniuses in the cultivation world and there are tons of people stronger than you. You are nothing at all. With your cultivation, you're not even qualified to take part in the Great Zhou Dynasty's sect competition. That is a grand event in the cultivation world where the top geniuses of the Foundation establishment realm will meet and spar." Upon hearing that, Demonis Ji could no longer contain her laughter and interrupted Shunmengqi. "What are you laughing at?" Shunmengqi asked coldly. Demonis Ji ignored her and looked around as though she was looking for something, muttering, "Huh? I thought I heard a frog in the well croaking. How annoying." Shunmengqi's face darkened. She placed her hand on her storage bag and remarked icily, "Who are you calling a frog in the well?" Noticing Shunmengqi's movement, Demonis Ji smiled. "So be it if someone's a frog in a well. What's worse is that she's a self-righteous frog, boasting to others about how much of the sky she can see. What a joke." "All right." Shunmengqi harumphed coldly. "Let me show you the methods of a frog in the well." As soon as she finished speaking, Shunmengqi used her left hand to conjure a seal and slapped her storage bag with her right, causing a flying sword to land in her palm. Boom! A rumble echoed from within Shunmengqi. Right after, a meridian shone brightly like a divine dragon, roaring in Shunmengqi's body and emitting a rich spirit qi, one of the 8 meridians. The spirit-peering art could only determine if a cultivator was at perfected Foundation establishment, but it could not detect how many meridians they have unlocked. The more meridians that were unlocked, the more spirit energy they had and the stronger they were. It was obvious that Shunmengqi had unlocked a spirit meridian. Swash! The moment Shunmengqi made her move, a pink figure flashed and appeared in front of her. Demonis Ji stuck out her left hand and grabbed the meridian on Shunmengqi's left wrist with lightning speed. Instantly, Shunmengqi's expression changed. Her left arm turned numb and the spirit energy in her meridian turned sluggish, unable to circulate at all. The next moment, she felt her neck turn cold, prickling in pain as a cold air entered her body. Shunmengqi's face looked extremely terrible, not daring to move as she froze on the spot. Demonis Ji leaned over and smiled. "Don't doubt it when I say that you're a frog in the well. If someone like you were to enter the ancient battlefield, the only thing that awaits you is death." Chapter 195 Ancient Battlefield. Chapter 195 Ancient Battlefield. Shunmengqi's face was pale and she panted slightly, not daring to retort. Demonis Ji was smiling in a beautiful manner. However, they were both women and Shunmengqi could sense hostility and killing intent from Demonis Ji. Both of them were strangers and it was impossible for them to have any grudges. There was only one possibility why the girl in pink had a killing intent towards her. It was because of Su Zimo. Shunmangchi's gaze shifted onto Su Zimo. Her emotions were complicated and she actually felt a sense of bitterness. Why? What did Su Zimo have that would make this girl who was superior to her in terms of looks and strength fall for him? In reality, Su Zimo and Demonis Ji's relationship was not what Shunmangchi imagined. However, Su Zimo could not be bothered to explain and there was no need to either. Let her go, Su Zimo said indifferently. Demonis Ji glanced sideways and looked at Su Zimo keenly, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes as she asked with a smile, "What's wrong? You can't bear it?" Su Zimo frowned. "All right, I'll listen to you." Demonis Ji changed her tone and said sweetly, releasing Shunmangchi and returning to Su Zimo's side, standing coquettishly. Shunmangchi only let out a long breath when she felt the coldness around her neck dissipate. Unknowingly, she was already drenched in sweat. After this unforeseen change, Shunmangchi no longer had the face to stay on. She harumphed coldly and turned to leave. Summoning her flying sword, she soared through the air. Turning back, Shunmangchi looked at the set of green robes in the palace behind her with a complicated expression. She had never expected that their reunion after 4 years would be as such. Could she have been wrong back then? If she had not chosen to leave Pingyang town with her master back then, would she have followed Zimo onto the path of cultivation and joined Ethereal Peak together? No, I wasn't wrong. Shunmangchi took a deep breath, her gaze resolute as she muttered to herself, "I'll prove myself at the sect competition. I'll prove that my decision back then was the right one. In that grand cultivation event where everyone will be watching, I'll obtain unparalleled glory for the sect and be famous in Great Ju. I'll be the one entering the ancient battlefield. As for you, you'll just be a spectator below." Outside the King of Yang's chamber, Su Zimo stood at a stone step nearby. Hands behind his back, he stood against the wind as it lifted his black hair gently. Demonis Ji drifted swiftly behind Su Zimo, her eyes burning with curiosity as she asked, "Who was that?" Su Zimo did not seem to have heard anything. "TSK. She pouted. "I can guess even if you don't tell me. That's your old flame, right?" Su Zimo's expression changed and he glanced sideways at Demonis Ji. "What I'm most curious about now is why she chose to leave you back then." Demonis Ji was puzzled. She held her chin with her hand and frowned. "At least among the younger generation, you're already very powerful. I don't think Iridescent Cloud's palace has anyone that can surpass you. Why did that woman choose to leave you? Isn't that a stupid decision?" "I was quite ordinary back then," Su Zimo replied. "I don't believe you." Demonis Ji shook her head. "She must have bad taste." Pausing for a moment, Demonis Ji smiled smugly. "However, that makes me look even more formidable. I picked you right away with my sharp wisdom, hey?" Su Zimo did not laugh. Instead, he asked, "You've followed me for so long. What exactly do you want? Perhaps you haven't realized it yourself, but your personality is closer to that of a fiend's." Demonis Ji looked at Su Zimo meaningfully and said in a deep voice, "You abhor evil and are decisive to kill. You also place a clear distinction between gratitude and hatred. Actually, you're very suited for fiend cultivation. Is that your motive?" Su Zimo shook his head. "I'm not suited for fiend sects." "Why do you say that?" Looking into the distance, Su Zimo replied indifferently, "The road I want is different from others. Even fiend sects may not be able to accommodate me." At that moment, Demonis Ji suddenly realized that she could not understand Su Zimo. "What is the road you want?" she asked subconsciously. Su Zimo did not elaborate. After some thought, he changed the topic and asked, "What was the ancient battlefield that you mentioned just now? You know that the Great Ju dynasty holds a sect competition once every 10 years, right?" "I see." Su Zimo nodded. Ji Yaoshua had mentioned this 2 years earlier. It was a grand event for the Great Ju dynasty where all major and minor sects will gather and spar. Their realms were limited to those below Golden Core. This was a battle between Foundation establishment cultivators. There would be 4 ranking lists for spirit, talismans, elixirs, and weapon with only the top 10 of each. The competition was intense. However, it also meant that this was the best opportunity for one to make a name for themselves. Furthermore, the Great Zhou dynasty would reward the cultivators on the ranking lists handsomely. It was also said that there would be additional mystery rewards. Demonis G continued, actually, the mysterious reward is for one to enter the ancient battlefield and cultivate for a year within. Cultivate for a year? Su Zimo frowned slightly. Demonis G laughed. Don't underestimate that 1 year. Even if you cultivate outside for 10, or even 100 years, it might not match what you can obtain from cultivating in the ancient battlefield for 1 year. There are countless treasures within. Lost cultivation techniques, elixir and talisman recipes, and even weapon refinement techniques can be found there. The opportunities inside are unimaginable to you. Su Zimo's blood boiled as he listened in shock. Demonis G continued, there are some things you might not know. Back then, the founder master of True Fire sect obtained a long-lost flame secret skill in the ancient battlefield. He then established True Fire sect, which turned into one of the 5 major sects in the Great Zhou dynasty. Of Ethereal Peak's 3 secret skills, one of them was obtained from the ancient battlefield as well. It's not an overstatement to say that all geniuses of Tianhuang mainland would have to venture to that place. However, only paragons will be able to return alive. If you die within. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he recalled that terrifying expert of Ethereal Peak. That person mentioned that the Void Thunder manual was obtained from an ancient ruin. A question suddenly flashed through Su Zimo's mind and he asked, since the ancient battlefield is so great, why aren't golden cores or even nascent souls sent there? Wouldn't that mean a greater chance of obtaining treasures and inheritance opportunities? Demonis G explained, actually, every ancient battlefield was left behind by the ancient era and it forms its own dimension. In the most elementary ancient battlefield, only foundation establishment cultivators can be sent inside. Furthermore, it would even require many void reversion Dao beings to combine forces in breaking through the dimensional barriers. Given the strength of the Great Zhou dynasty, only dozens of foundation establishment cultivators can be teleported at best. That's the reason why we have the sect competition. Su Zimo pondered deeply. Does that mean that only golden cores are allowed in the intermediate ancient battlefield? I see. Demonis G nodded. However, there's no one in the Great Zhou dynasty that has the power to send golden cores into the intermediate ancient battlefield. Think about it. If you require the combined forces of many void reversion Dao beings to break the dimensional barrier of the elementary ancient battlefield, what sort of cultivators do you need for the intermediate ancient battlefield? Chapter 196, Farewell. Chapter 196, Farewell. Demonis G said, of course, if you consider joining the Fiend sects, you won't need to worry about such stuff. Be it Foundation Establishment or Golden Cause, Fiend sects have the capabilities to send into the ancient battlefield. The sort of opportunities you obtain and whether you can return alive will depend on yourself. Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. Demonis G had painstakingly beat around the bush hoping to invite him to join a Fiend sect again. When she saw Su Zimo's reaction, she knew what his reply would be. However, she was not disappointed and merely shrugged her shoulders. It's all right. If you change your mind, feel free to join us anytime. Su Zimo nodded. Demonis G continued, however, I have to remind you. Even though there are many opportunities in the ancient battlefield, they are accompanied by immense dangers. Some of it will come from the ancient battlefield itself and some of it will be from the other cultivators. Even though you've defeated a Fiend heir, you have to understand that they were unable to unleash their full strength due to the ancient spirit lock formation. Su Zimo was well aware of that. If not for the ancient spirit lock formation, he was definitely not a match for a few Fiend heirs. According to Su Zimo's speculation, those Fiend heirs, Demonis G included, must have unlocked at least 4 meridians. The ancient battlefield is the true first clash for all Foundation Establishment geniuses of Tianhuang mainland. The world outside of Great Zhou dynasty is way too big and there are many unknown lands and powerful beings. Inside, You might encounter the legacy disciples of the 9 immortal sects. There will also be top spirit demons of the 8 demon races. Many of them are mutated beasts with extraordinary bloodlines and strength. There's also the 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries, 4 dissident groups and 3 aristocrat families. There will be many legacy disciples of the top factions in Tianhuang mainland, all of them peerless paragons. When Su Zimo heard that, he suddenly frowned. At the mention of the 6 Buddhist monasteries and the 4 dissident groups, Demonis Ji paused for a clear moment as though she was apprehensive. Immortal sects, demon races, fiend sects, Buddhist monasteries, dissident groups, aristocrat families. Each type sounded like an ancient lineage. According to the order of the 9 immortal sects, 8 demon races and 7 fiend sects, there should be another lineage in between the 6 Buddhist monasteries and 4 dissident groups. At that moment, Demonis Ji said, with so many geniuses gathered on the ancient battlefield, only less than 30% will be able to make it out alive after a year. Su Zimo was stunned. That figure was completely beyond his expectations. It meant that more than half of them would die in the ancient battlefield. Demonis Ji looked at Su Zimo and said, to be fair, you are indeed extremely strong in melee combat. However, if you were to enter the ancient battlefield with your current strength, the chances of you surviving is 0. Su Zimo did not refute. He believed in Demonis Ji's judgment. However, her remark did not affect his confidence. There were 3 more years to go before the sect competition. For Su Zimo, that was more than enough time and he could definitely increase his strength greatly. Right now, he had attained greater mastery of the marrow cleansing section. As long as Su Zimo was able to attain greater mastery of the organs refinement section within 3 years, he believed that there would not be many people who could match him in melee combat. If he could attain greater mastery for the orifice clearing section, Su Zimo had confidence that he would defeat anyone beneath Golden Core Realm in melee combat. As for immortality cultivation, he was at mid-stage foundation establishment right now. With the ethereal foundation establishment as his basis, he should be able to reach perfected foundation establishment within 3 years. After he unlocked a couple of meridians, he would use them in combination with his sword formation, fiend suppression seal, blood refinement fiend sutra and other secret skills. In the ancient battlefield, that might not be enough for Su Zimo to dominate the masses and suppress all geniuses. However, it was definitely enough for him to protect himself. Since you're not willing to join the fiend sects, I won't bother you anymore. Demonis Ji looked at Su Zimo and said with a smile. Su Zimo asked, are you leaving? Yes. Demonis Ji nodded. She turned to look at Su Zimo with a faint smile. Why? Can't bear for me to leave. No, I wanted to say, if you want to leave, hurry up. Humph. Demonis Ji stomped heavily on Su Zimo's foot before raising her chin smugly and turning to leave. Halfway through, she suddenly turned back and shouted, hey, if you see my sister, don't tell her that I'm in a fiend sec. I can't be sure about that. Su Zimo gave a faint, cold smirk and turned to leave as well. He did not walk far when Demonis Ji's aggrieved voice sounded, if you reveal it, I'll tell sister that you bullied me in the coffin. Su Zimo's legs buckled and he nearly fell. This damn girl. His mouth twitched as he cursed silently. Hurry and go. Su Zimo waved without turning back. Pursing her lips, Demonis Ji smiled. A faint fragrance drifted with the wind and dissipated in the air. For the next period of time, Su Zimo was in no hurry to leave and return to the sect. He remained in the palace, chatting and drinking with his elder brother, Su Hong. When he was free, it was a carefree life. A month later, Su Zimo was prepared to leave the capital. To be fair, there were very few cultivators like Su Zimo who would take time out to return home and accompany their families. Not to mention, he stayed on for an entire month. Most cultivators would choose to sever their mortal relationships at the first instance. It wasn't because they were heartless, but because they knew that day would arrive sooner or later. The sooner they severed those ties, the sooner they would be done with the many burdens of the mortal realm and it would be nothing but beneficial for their cultivation path. Su Zimo understood that logic as well. However, he could not do it. When he was about to leave, Su Hong accompanied Su Zimo out of the city before he stopped and reminded the latter, "Zimo, you don't have to come back if you don't have much time. You don't have to worry about me." Even though he said that, there was a hint of reluctance in Su Hong's eyes. "I can't really help you much as an elder brother. Do take good care of yourself being all alone out there." Su Zimo looked at his brother's head of white hair and pursed his lips in silence, feeling miserable within. In the cultivation world, the most precious types of elixirs were those that could boost one's longevity. It was priceless. Decades later, they would have to be separated through life and death. Su Zimo dared not think about it. As though he recalled something, Su Hong hurriedly added, "Zimo, if you have the chance, visit Xiaoning and see if she's doing well. She has a soft personality. Even if she has been wronged, she might keep it to herself and not tell anyone." "All right. There's nothing else." Su Hong's gaze dimmed gradually as he muttered softly, "Big brother, take care." After a long silence, Su Zimo finally spoke. His voice was slightly hoarse. "Go, go." Su Hong turned around and waved his hand. "Second young master, take care too." Uncle Zheng stood on the spot, his voice quivering as tears streamed down his face. When the Su family was in trouble, Su Zimo and Su Xiaoning were still young. They were practically raised by Uncle Zheng. In Uncle Zheng's eyes, Su Zimo was akin to his own son. He was already old and did not know if he would be able to see Su Zimo again. This might be their final farewell. As though he felt something, Su Zimo suddenly stopped in his tracks and came before Uncle Zheng. Pursing his lips, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times solemnly. 4 years ago, the immortal might of perfected being Kang Lang failed to crush the youth's backbone and have him submit on his knees. 4 years later, Su Zimo kowtowed goodbye before an elderly man with a white beard on his own accord. Chapter 197, Trapped Spirit Monkey. Chapter 197, Trapped Spirit Monkey. A streak of light flashed through the air, tearing through the skies and passing through the vast lands, brushing by cities and villages. A few mortals subconsciously looked up. Some of those with sharper eyes faintly caught sight of a set of green robes. Amidst the clouds, it disappeared before everyone swiftly. Su Zimo did not return to the sect immediately. Instead, he sped in the direction of the Kang Lang mountain range. He had not seen the damn monkey for 2 years and missed it a little. Additionally, Kang Lang mountain range had a cold lake. Back then, Su Zimo was too weak and could not get to the bottom of the cold lake since he had just cultivated the Tendon's transformation section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness. Now that Su Zimo was at greater mastery of the marrow cleansing section and had a rich bloodline, he could attempt to check out the cold lake once more. The moment he arrived at the skies of the Kang Lang mountain range, Su Zimo heard a series of roars that shook the mountains with a murderous aura. That was the howl of the wolf, something Su Zimo was extremely familiar with. Back when he lived in Kang Lang mountain range for a year, he was fighting those spirit beasts most of the time. Wolves were cunning and extremely intelligent. If not for the spirit monkey's help, Su Zimo would have already died in a wolf's belly. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. It was daytime right now. Logically speaking, most spirit beasts would lay dormant, and it was the same for the wolves. It was rare for such a commotion to happen now. This should be the work of a pack of wolves. Su Zimo muttered softly. Even when he joined forces with the spirit monkey back then, he could only rely on sneak attacks and was unable to fight powerful wolves head-on. Moreover, after killing a few wolves, it was inevitable that his body would contain the aura of a wolf's bloodline. If he did not conceal it with other auras, he would be tracked by the wolves before long. Su Zimo ignored the wolf pack and headed towards the cave he used to live in. If he wanted to look for the spirit monkey, this was his only clue. Otherwise, searching for a monkey in the vast Kang Lang mountain range was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Su Zimo had not gone far when his eyes flickered, sensing that something was amiss. The roar of the wolves came from the direction of the cave. Was it a coincidence? Su Zimo pondered for a moment and withdrew his flying sword, descending into the forest. He dashed towards the cave with all his might while surveying his surroundings with a sharp gaze, trying to search for clues on the ground. Before he arrived at the cave, Suzimo already had determined the situation based on the clues on the ground. The number of wolves this time was large, there should be more than 10,000. That was a terrifying figure. Typically, there would be a spirit demon level wolf in a wolf pack amounting in the hundreds. For a wolf pack of more than 10,000 wolves, there were at least 10 of those spirit demon wolves. The most terrifying thing was that the alpha of the wolf pack might even be a spirit demon equivalent to a golden core. The difference in strength between spirit demons was huge. The weakest of them were comparable to Foundation establishment cultivators. The strongest of them were equivalent to golden core perfected beings. Suzimo's expression was grim. When he saw that he was about to reach the cave, he slowed down and moved forward silently. Soon, the figures of many wolves appeared before him, their eyes flashing with a green glint. Bloodthirsty and ruthless, they bared their teeth and saliva drooled from their mouths onto the ground as they snarled deeply. Suzimo did not proceed forward rashly. Instead, he came beside a huge ancient tree and using all his limbs like a spirit ape, climbed it stealthily. Standing up high, he looked over and could not help but take a breath of cold air. There were too many. Densely packed, they covered the entire mountains, causing chills to run down one's spine. The wolf pack did not surround the cave. Suzimo would definitely choose to avoid and not provoke these beasts. However, only Suzimo and the spirit monkey knew about that cave. He was not going to leave until he confirmed the spirit monkey's safety. There were also hundreds of wolf corpses lying in the cave and most of the blood had dried up. Only a few wolves that looked like they had their heads smashed in seemed to have died not too long ago. Although he was a distance away, Suzimo could still see clearly. Most of the wolves looked like they suffered fatal injuries on their heads, as if they were bashed by some blunt weapon. Suzimo narrowed his gaze at the dark cave entrance. If he was not wrong, the spirit monkey should be inside. Logically speaking, given the alertness of the spirit monkey, it should have escaped long ago once this place was exposed. There was no way it would be trapped by such a large wolf pack here. Furthermore, this pack of wolves was also behaving strangely. Instead of rushing forth together, they were dragging things out. Suzimo did not dare to act recklessly, merely surveying the wolf pack from the tree. Given the discipline of a wolf pack of this size, there was definitely an alpha wolf around. If the alpha was a golden core spirit demon, Suzimo could not fight it head-on. However, if the alpha was a Foundation establishment spirit demon, Suzimo would be able to break through the wolf pack on his flying sword and kill all of them to try and defeat the alpha, or even kill it. That was because Suzimo had an advantage that Foundation establishment spirit demons did not have. Sword Kinesis flight. As long as Suzimo were to ride on his flying sword, he would be invincible no matter how many wolves there were. However, if the alpha was a golden core spirit demon, Suzimo would not dare to barge in. Be it humans or demons, core formation was an extremely important step. There is the saying that once one creates a golden core, one's lifespan will not be decided by nature. Once one forms a core, even spirit demons would be able to soar through the skies without the use of any external objects. This meant that even if the wolf did not have wings, it could fly as well and Suzimo's advantage would be gone. Furthermore, Suzimo was not a match for a golden core spirit demon as well. They were on completely different levels. If the opponent was a cultivator that did not cultivate any concealment techniques and the difference in realm between them was not too great, one could easily detect the other party's cultivation realm using spirit peering art. However, the spirit peering art was useless against spirit demons. That was because there was no spirit energy in the spirit demons' bodies. Before a spirit demon attacked, one could only rely on experience, feelings, and observation to gauge their cultivation realms. At the front of the wolf pack stood more than 10 tall and strong wolves that looked malicious. Pacing back and forth, none of the other wolves dared approach them. Suzimo nodded silently. If he was not wrong, those 10-odd wolves were Foundation establishment spirit demons. Their status in the wolf pack was very high, akin to a small leader. However, upon further observation, he discovered that none of them seemed like the true alpha wolf. Suzimo continued searching. All of a sudden, his gaze paused at the top of a tall, green rock. Above it sprawled a wolf. It was not big and did not look extraordinary when compared to the many spirit beast-level wolves below. However, Suzimo determined after some consideration that it was the alpha wolf. Out of more than 10,000 wolves, that was the only one that dared to sprawl around. Its expression was languid and its eyes were half closed, as if it was taking a rest. Chapter 198, Tricked. Chapter 198, Tricked. Just as Suzimo's gaze landed on the alpha, it suddenly moved as if it sensed something.
Oh!
Suzimo's heart skipped a beat. His gaze was extremely obscure such that the 10-odd Foundation establishment wolves had not noticed it. If this alpha sensed it, there was an 80% chance that it was a golden core spirit demon. Suzimo continued observing. The alpha merely moved a little and did not make any other motions. It did not even open its eyes, as though it was merely adjusting its position to make itself more comfortable. Suzimo heaved out a sigh of relief. Roar. At that moment, 5 spirit demon wolves growled lowly and walked towards the cave slowly with feral expressions. The entrance of the cave was squeezy. The 5 wolves did not dare to barge in, merely loitering in front of the cave.
Oh! Oh!
Before long, a familiar cry came from within the cave, filled with provocation. Suzimo's eyes lit up and he no longer had any doubts. That was the sound of the spirit monkey. The spirit monkey was very smart and defended the entrance of the cave with a terrain advantage, destroying the wolf pack one by one. However, that was only a temporary solution. The spirit monkey had to be constantly on guard against the wolves' sneak attacks and could not relax at all. If this continued, the spirit monkey would not be able to withstand it eventually. After all, there were more than 10,000 wolves and the spirit monkey was alone. The 5 wolves at the entrance did not fall for the spirit monkey's provocation. They continued loitering around the cave with a ruthless glint in their eyes. Suzimo's gaze swept over the alpha on the green rock again. If it was a golden core spirit demon, the spirit monkey should have been dead long ago and would not have been able to last till now. At that thought, Suzimo no longer hesitated. He wore the mystic gold silk armor and leapt down from the tree as a flying sword appeared beneath his feet in midair. Swash! A sword beam tore through the air and Suzimo bypassed the dense wolf pack, disregarding their howls and speeding towards the cave. At the same time, the alpha on the green rock opened its eyes. Narrowing its gaze, a cunning and savage glint was revealed. Swash! 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 Suzimo's expression was calm and his eyes were clear in midair. Waving his sleeves, 6 sword beams flew out of his storage bag. Hexagonal sword formation. He shouted softly and controlled the 6 flying swords which cut through the air swiftly. The sword chi left behind scars in the air which formed a gigantic hexagonal formation. Buzz! The light of formation patterns burst forth in a bedazzling manner. Zung! 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 Suzimo controlled the gigantic sword formation and directed it towards the 5 wolves loitering in front of the cave. Everywhere the formation passed, the sound of metal clashing would ring forth, carrying a murderous and intense sword chi. Roar! One wolf did not know how powerful it was and leapt forth with a ferocious expression. It reached out with its sharp claws and scratched at the hexagonal sword formation. Clang! 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 A crisp sound was produced when the sword formation made contact with the wolf's claws. Right after, a bloody mist spread out as limbs flew. A spirit demon wolf was minced to death by the hexagonal sword formation on the spot. Damn monkey, come out! I'll take you out of here! Suzimo shouted as he controlled the hexagonal sword formation to chase the other 4 wolves. After a short pause, a tall figure dashed out from the pitch-black hole. It was holding a black rod and it had long arms that almost touched the ground. When the spirit monkey caught sight of Suzimo, it widened its eyes in joy. Right after, as though it remembered something, its joy turned into panic. Oh! Oh! The spirit monkey's fur stood on end, gesturing behind Suzimo and yelling loudly. At the same time, Suzimo felt an immense danger and his expression changed, sensing that something was amiss. Before he could turn back, an evil gust of wind struck from behind. Suzimo was on his flying sword right now. If a wolf could appear behind him, there was only a single possibility. The wolf was a golden core spirit demon that could fly. I was tricked. Suzimo's mind flashed with the image of the Alpha sprawled on the green rock. Back when he looked at the Alpha, it budged slightly. Suzimo thought that it was a coincidence. But now, he was enlightened. The Alpha had sensed something and subconsciously reacted to it. But right after, it did not move or even open its eyes and feigned ignorance while continuing to sleep. All of that was to lure Suzimo out. That cunningness of the wolf was enough to send shivers down one's spine. A golden core spirit demon could crush Suzimo completely in terms of strength. There was no fight at all won. A powerful aura that could still hearts enveloped him. Suzimo charged forward with all his might and channeled body petrification. At the same time, he shifted the hexagonal sword formation to defend behind him. Swoosh! Spinning continuously, the hexagonal sword formation gave off a bedazzling sword light that shone like a gigantic mirror, defending Suzimo's body. A look of mockery flashed in the Alpha's eyes as it flew into the air. Tossing out a casual swipe, it struck the surface of the sword formation with its sharp talons heavily. Bang! There was a deafening sound. The hexagonal sword formation stopped spinning and slammed heavily against Suzimo's back. His expression changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood, falling from the skies. The sword formation dispersed and all 6 flying swords had cracks on them, shining with a dim light. They were all broken. The attack of a golden core spirit demon had actually destroyed 6 inferior-grade flying sword. How terrifying was that strength? Roar! The Alpha stood in midair. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and bared its grisly fangs and scarlet tongue, letting out a deafening roar that shook the forest and caused boulders to tumble down from the mountains. It was majestic and possessed an overwhelming ferocity. The spirit monkey leaped up and in the midst of the panic, caught Suzimo who was falling from midair, intending to return to the cave. However, the cave behind the spirit monkey was now sealed by many wolves. From up above, the Alpha looked at the man and monkey on the ground. Its eyes were filled with contempt, but it did not continue to attack. The surrounding wolves began to move towards the circle, layer after layer.
Oh!
The spirit monkey held Suzimo with both hands and poked its head out, baring its teeth at the enemies. Its eyes shimmered with a bloody glow as it let out threatening snarls. "Damn monkey, let me down." Right then, Suzimo said with a weak voice.
Oh!
The spirit monkey was stunned for a moment and helped Suzimo stand up. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth with his sleeves, Suzimo took a deep breath and swallowed an elixir. He regulated his breathing although his face seemed rather pale. A golden core spirit demon was way too strong. Even with the hexagonal sword formation and mystic gold silk armor, Suzimo's organs still trembled from the impact and nearly shifted positions within. It was not hard to imagine that without the hexagonal sword formation and mystic gold silk armor, Suzimo would have been smashed to pieces with that attack. The man and wolf exchanged looks. Raising its head proudly, the Alpha turned towards the green rock as though it could not be bothered to attack again. In the eyes of the Alpha, that attack was enough to severely injure Suzimo even if he was not dead. Coupled with the loss of his flying swords, the man and monkey would definitely die against the combined attacks of the wolf pack. Chapter 199 Fight Alongside. Chapter 199 Fight Alongside. Suzimo looked at the Alpha on the green rock and endured the pain from his organs. He racked his brains, thinking about all possible methods of escaping. There was a very small possibility. First off, the Alpha was too strong. It crushed and devastated Suzimo entirely. This was an existence he had no chance of resisting against. Secondly, the Alpha was too fast. Without the help of his spirit perception, Suzimo would have already died earlier on. The only shot at life that Suzimo had was on his bloodbone palm. Till now, Suzimo did not know what that bloodbone palm was. However, he knew that it was indestructible and possessed terrifying power. If it could strike the Alpha, there was a high chance it could deal serious damage. Roar! The surrounding 10-odd Foundation establishment wolves bared their fangs and lowered their heads, howling with shimmering, murderous glints.
Oh! Oh!
The howl of wolves that lined the entire mountains was terrifying and shocked countless birds. Suzimo took a deep breath and faked a relaxed smile. Damn monkey, it's back to 2 years ago when we fought alongside one another.
Oh. Oh.
Even though it was in the midst of wolves and could lose its life at any moment, the spirit monkey did not show any fear. Instead, it was filled with excitement and joy. The joy came from being reunited with Suzimo. Sensing the emotions of the spirit monkey, Suzimo could not help but laugh. 2 years ago, we didn't dare to fight these beasts head-on. Today's a rare opportunity. Let's kill to our heart's content. Damn monkey, show me how much you've grown over the past 2 years. Roar. The spirit monkey roared when it heard that. Its bloodline raced rapidly, causing its flesh to swell and its body to expand. Raising its rod, charged into the wolf pack first. That rod was filled with immense power and might. Even though the opposing wolf was also at Foundation Establishment realm, a trace of fear flickered through its eyes and it dodged to the side, not daring to fight it head-on. Poof! The wolves at the back were not so lucky. After the spirit monkey swept across with its rod, many wolves had their brains splattered to the ground and died on the spot. Whoosh! Suzimo channeled his blood and his body gushed with a terrifying sound of tsunami. Streaks of blue lightning appeared on his skin and crackled wildly with a blinding light. Snap! Swinging his arms backwards, a thunderbolt as thick as an arm exploded in the pack of wolves, radiating with electric sparks and green smoke billowed. Under that terrifying power of lightning, the spirit beast wolves were all electrocuted to death on the spot. 2 Foundation Establishment wolves shivered pathetically as their furs curled from the electric shock. Swoosh! 2 other Foundation Establishment wolves pounced over from the side, their sharp claws flashing with cold light as they revealed sharp fangs and gnawed toward Suzimo's neck. If Suzimo was bitten, he would not be able to endure it even with his powerful body. You must be courting death. His eyes lit up brightly as he hollered, swinging his left arm to form a huge arc in the air. Using his fist like a stamp, he pummeled down suddenly. Bang! The large stamp slammed heavily on the wolf's head and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Without a single sound, the Foundation Establishment wolf fell from midair. On the surface, it looked intact without any injuries. However, the inside of its head was splattered by that tremendous force. At the same time, Suzimo flipped his right hand and opened his palm, striking the chest of the other wolf with an attack that could split mountains. Howl! The wolf let out a sad cry and its body fell towards Suzimo. Bang! Instantly, that Foundation Establishment wolf was sent flying with its bones completely broken. It was already dead before it fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Suzimo had killed 2 Foundation Establishment wolves. His aura increased tremendously, letting out a chilling killing intent as the air emanated with a murderous aura. The spirit monkey swung its rod widely with such vigor that even water might not be able to penetrate it. Piak! 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 The spirit monkey's gaze was fierce. With its height, long limbs, and tremendous strength, any wolves that were struck by its long rod would be severely injured if not dead. Behind the spirit monkey, Suzimo's expression was calm. Despite the circumstances, his eyes were cool and did not show signs of fear. 6 inferior-grade flying swords were destroyed by a single slap of the Golden Core Alpha. Suzimo's Cold Moon Saber and Sanguine Crystal Bow were dropped inside the inheritance ground of the Fiend sects and he could not get them out in time. Right now, he could only rely on his bare hands to fight against the wolves. Even so, Suzimo's physical strength was not something that the wolves would definitely be able to defend against. Bang! 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 His casual punches and kicks possessed thunderous force, causing the air to explode. Many wolves pounced on Suzimo in a dense pack. Even as he was about to be drowned, all it took was a slight pause before those wolves were sent flying to the ground, mostly dead. In the blink of an eye, corpses of the wolves were piled at the feet of the man and monkey. The massacre continued. Of the 10-odd Foundation Establishment wolves, only 9 were left. Those wolves were highly intelligent and noticed that their strength might not be enough to be a threat for the man and monkey. As such, they prowled around the borders, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Wolves were extremely patient. They knew that be it the spirit monkey or human, the time would come when their strength would be exhausted. Once the man and monkey were weakened and mentally exhausted, their defenses would definitely reveal openings. That would be the best moment for a lethal attack. However, those 9 wolves were disappointed as time passed by. The spirit monkey revealed clear signs of exhaustion as its speed and strength were far inferior to before. However, the openings revealed by that spirit monkey were all compensated by the horrifying strength of that human. That human seemed to possess an endless amount of strength. Despite being engaged in battle, his eyes remained clear and bright. They sparkled with fighting spirit and killing intent. Not only that, the more he fought, the stronger he seemed. This human's body and physique was even stronger than theirs. This human was more like a true spirit demon. The wolves would never know that the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was incomparably strong to begin with. Furthermore, Suzimo had even cultivated the Void Thunder Manual, Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra and many other secret skills to reach the realm of having his blood echo with the sounds of tsunamis and thunder. His physique was even more astonishing and those wolves were no match for him at all. Even though they were demons as well, wolves had too ordinary of a bloodline. The reason why they were able to reign over the Kanglang mountain range was due to their sheer numbers and intelligence. If not for the Golden Core Alpha that was watching from the side, Suzimo would have long fled with the spirit monkey. Although there were many wolves, they were nothing but mere chickens against Suzimo that could not withstand a single blow. Roar. Right then, the Alpha sat up from the green rock and let out a deafening roar. It could no longer sit still. It had initially thought that its wolves would be able to kill the man and monkey with ease given the fact that Suzimo was severely injured, that would provide an opportunity for him to raise the fighting strength of its wolf pack. But as time went by, the Alpha started to realize that something was amiss. If this were to continue, its wolves would suffer heavy casualties. The Alpha decided to take action personally and bite that man and monkey to death decisively. Pest. 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 Sensing the Alpha's motions, Suzimo slowly breathed in. A huge stream of air tore through his throat and let out a strange sound. Blood oozed out slowly as the skin around his throat was cut by the air current. Suzimo knew that the clash between him and the Alpha would determine whether or not they would survive. Chapter 200 Terrifying Strength. Chapter 200 Terrifying Strength. Anaconda Eclipse. It was a secret skill of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Suzimo's chest heaved up and down at a speed visible to the naked eye in a terrifying manner. A scene seemed to have flashed across the eyes of many wolves. An anaconda coiled around his body, rearing its head and devouring the moon. Its belly was full and it had 2 horns, seeming as though it wanted to soar into the skies and transform into a dragon. A look of mockery flashed in the Alpha's eyes. No matter what the human in front of him did, it was useless. The difference between them was too great. Anyone with a core would crush a Foundation Establishment cultivator without any single doubt. Ever since the primordial era, countless monstrous geniuses have appeared over the years. However, there were only a handful who could kill living beings with a core when they were at Foundation Establishment realm. All of those were terrifying beings that surpassed their contemporaries and left a name for themselves through the ages. The Alpha did not believe that the puny human before it possessed that capability. Swoosh! With a single leap, the Alpha brought with it a murderous gust. It was too fast. It had completely surpassed Suzimo's perception ability. Suzimo closed his eyes subconsciously, using his keen spirit perception to determine where the danger was and predict the approximate location of the Alpha. The middle finger and thumb of his left hand touched to form a hand seal as an image of fiend suppression appeared in his mind. Pressing forward, he shouted at the same time, "Kill!" The Anaconda Eclipse and Thunderclap Kill coupled with the fiend suppression seal exploded at the same instant. In the process of fighting against the wolves, Suzimo had never used those 3 trump cards nor did he waste any of his spirit energy. It was all for this moment. The purpose of throwing these trump cards out was to confuse and stop the Alpha momentarily. Even if it was just for a moment. Suzumo's real killing move was on his right hand. Swash! Clenching his right hand like a dagger, Suzumo thrust forth 4 trump cards at the same time. The first ones to strike were the Anaconda Eclipse and Thunderclap Kill. A deafening roar instantly produced a power of thunder that threatened to shatter the stars and the world. The surrounding wolves revealed a hint of pain as they retreated subconsciously. However, the Alpha who was facing the Thunderclap Kill head-on did not pause at all. Suddenly, a crimson airstream burst forth from the Alpha's chest and shrouded around its body. Accompanied by the sound of bloodline channeling, the Alpha's aura intensified by another layer. The might of one with a formed core descended suddenly, filling the air with a demonic chi that could capture one's soul. The Alpha reached out with both claws and swiped forward, smashing the golden hand seal that was descending from midair with ease. It did not stop its momentum and continued to gnaw towards Suzumo's neck with a feral expression. Right then, Suzumo's right hand cut in. The same time the Alpha bit Suzumo on the neck, his right hand stabbed the Alpha. Even though it looked like a simple counterattack, for some reason, the Alpha sensed a dangerous aura. If it was any other spirit demon, it might not have chosen to dodge and would definitely have bitten Suzumo's throat first. However, the Alpha was wary and cunning. It would definitely not take the risk. Against Suzumo's incoming right hand, the Alpha suddenly stopped in its tracks. It swiped its claws forward against Suzumo's chest, creating a distance between them as it leaped back. Bang! Suzumo felt as if he was struck by lightning as his body flew back uncontrollably, his face pale. The attack missed. The Alpha was too fast and wary. Not only did it manage to dodge Suzumo's right hand, it even took the opportunity to injure him severely. That swipe was intended to rip Suzumo's stomach open, but it was blocked by the mystic gold silk armor. Being a broken carnate spirit weapon after all, even though the mystic gold silk armor was able to fend off the sharpness of the Alpha's claws, it could not withstand the power that attack contained. That light swipe that did not require the Alpha's full strength had already managed to break several bones in Suzumo's chest. Even his internal organs were shaken violently and showed signs of tearing. Suzumo coughed out blood and looked at the Alpha who was closing in on him, sighing internally. There's no more chance left. He failed to succeed even when the Alpha was caught off guard. Now that Suzumo was seriously injured and had already lost his fighting strength, there was no way he could kill the Alpha. If I manage to master the organs refinement section, my overall strength will increase greatly. Be it in terms of power or reaction time, everything will be swifter and I might have been able to kill it with my previous method. However, what a pity. It wasn't because the plan could not work, it was because the difference in strength between them was too great. The strength of a spirit demon with a core was far beyond Suzumo's expectations. On the other end, the spirit monkey was covered in wounds. Falling to the ground, it tossed its rod aside and panted, clearly exhausted. The Alpha walked slowly towards the man and monkey, as if it was the king of the world. It looked at Suzumo's right hand with scrutiny, doubt, and curiosity. Just what was it that could cause it to feel fear? Was it an illusion? The Alpha decided to check out what was that human's right hand after biting him to death.
Oh, oh.
The surrounding wolves howled excitedly, awaiting the final kill. Striding over, the Alpha leaned its head in front of Suzumo. Its nose and mouth let out a nauseating stench as sticky drool dripped onto Suzumo's body. With no strength left to resist, Suzumo merely glared at the Alpha coldly. Its face was filled with disdain as it opened its mouth and bared its fangs. Right as it was about to chomp down, its expression changed drastically, turning the ferocity in its eyes into shock. Suzumo was momentarily stunned as well. Before he could react, he felt an overwhelmingly domineering force ripple out from the cave behind him before suddenly bursting forth. For that brief moment, Suzumo had an illusion. The entire world seemed to stop. The world was filled with a murderous aura and the atmosphere was stifling. There was complete silence and one could hear even a pin drop. It was as if all living beings were choked by an invisible force, unable to make a sound. That energy fluctuation was extremely foreign and Suzumo had not come across anything like this. While it didn't seem like a spirit art, It was extremely terrifying. Poof! There was a crisp sound. Right in front of everyone, the Alpha's head, which was a mere inches away from Suzimo, suddenly exploded as though some force had collided on it. A bloody mist filled the air and splattered all over Suzimo. Suzimo's entire body stiffened as he looked at everything in disbelief, almost unable to smell that gooey blood that covered his body with a nauseating smell. Even the spirit monkey was scared out of its wits and froze on the spot. The Alpha was a powerful golden core that crushed Suzimo completely. Yet, it died without any chance to resist against that powerful energy fluctuation. How tough was the head of a golden core Alpha? Even if Suzimo used the cold moon saber and cleaved with all his might, he would not be able to leave a scratch on it. But now, a head so tough had exploded right in front of Suzimo. If he had not seen it himself, Suzimo would not have been able to imagine it. This scene dealt a huge blow to him. Suzimo only snapped out of his stupor and let out a long breath when the headless corpse of the Alpha fell onto his body. After a momentary silence, the thousands of wolves remaining whimpered and hung their tails low, fleeing into the distance without turning back. In the blink of an eye, they were completely gone, leaving nothing but a pile of wolf corpses and bloodstains. Chapter 201, 5,000 Years. Chapter 201, 5,000 Years. Suzimo turned back to look at the pitch-black cave behind him with a rattled expression. After freezing momentarily, he turned to look at the spirit monkey subconsciously. After all, he had not been back for 2 years. The spirit monkey should know best as to what was inside the cave. Unexpectedly, the spirit monkey shook its head in confusion upon meeting with Suzimo's eyes. Under, cold lake, enter, cave. Suddenly, Suzimo heard an unfamiliar voice. It was extremely weak and intermittent. The voice appeared abruptly, as if it echoed out in Suzimo's mind. Was there someone within the cave? Was he under the cold lake? Was this some sort of trick? Suzimo composed himself and looked at the spirit monkey. It did not realize anything was amiss. This meant that Suzimo was the only one who heard that voice. Suzimo had no idea what the other party's identity and motives were. He could not help but feel a little uneasy. However, on second thought, he would have died in the hands of the Alpha if not for this person. The worst-case scenario would be to just die once more. Suzimo pondered for a moment and did not tell the spirit monkey about this. If the spirit monkey did not hear the voice of the mystery man, there was only a single possibility. The latter did not want the spirit monkey to know about it. Furthermore, Suzimo did not know what dangers lurked beneath the cold lake and he did not want the spirit monkey to take the risk. Monkey, wait for me here. I'll go take a look inside. Suzimo endured the immense pain and struggled to stand up.
Oh, oh.
The spirit monkey shouted a few times, supporting Suzimo with one hand and gesturing with the other, implying that it wanted to go in together. Wait for me outside. I'll be right back, don't worry. Suzimo said again and slowly walked towards the cave. Once inside, Suzimo frowned as a pungent and familiar aura lunged at him. It was that damn monkey's shit. There were not many changes within the cave. Suzimo looked around and walked straight to the cold lake. A white fog covered the surface of the water with a cold and chilling intent. Without hesitation, Suzimo took a deep breath and jumped in. Because he was wearing the mystic gold silk armor, Suzimo sank extremely quickly. 2 years ago, he had just cultivated the tendon's transformation section. By the time he was halfway through, his blood was already showing signs of freezing up. Now, as he sank down, Suzimo's blood churned furiously like a tsunami filled with life. It was endlessly fighting against the cold. In the blink of an eye, Suzimo's feet touched ground and he arrived at the bottom of the cold lake. In front of him, there was a huge rock and he could clearly see the 4 words on it. Extreme Fire Dao Residence. Suzimo's heart skipped a beat and he choked on a mouthful of cold water. His abdomen moved and in an instant, a chill exploded, causing his body to shudder slightly. The words Dao Residence were not something just anybody could use. Golden cores were perfected beings, nascent souls were perfected lords. Void reversion came above nascent soul, and only those cultivators could be referred to as Tao beings. There was a high chance the owner of this Tao residence was a void reversion Tao being. Void reversion Tao being. Su Zimo was too far away from that. It was said that even Ethereal Peak's sect master was merely at nascent soul realm and had not reached void reversion. Su Zimo calmed himself and took a few steps forward to get closer. Beneath the huge rock was a stone door. Hesitating for a moment, Su Zimo pushed the stone door with both hands. Crack, crack, crack. Two doors opened from the middle and an ancient rotting aura surged in. Gritting his teeth, Su Zimo entered the Tao residence. The water of the cold lake seemed to be blocked outside by an invisible as the doors slowly closed. Upon entering the Tao residence, Su Zimo's mouth opened agape as he stood rooted to the ground. Unexpectedly, the Tao residence was surprisingly cramped and could be seen in its entirety with a single glance. It was even smaller than Su Zimo's cave abode back in Ethereal Peak. The Tao residence did not have much decorations. Opposite Su Zimo, there was a stone bed and a man in scarlet robes with a large tripod emblem on its sleeves laid there. Su Zimo had never seen that emblem before. The man revealed a side profile and looked no older than a middle-aged man. However, his face was black with a sinister tinge of green. Laying flat on the stone bed along with that greenish-black complexion, the man looked horrifying, like a corpse that had been placed there for many years. "You don't have to be afraid. I don't have much life left, I won't hurt you." Even though the scarlet-robed man's lips did not move, the voice from earlier rang in Su Zimo's mind. "I'm using my spirit consciousness to communicate with you. The death of the Alpha earlier on was also through my spirit consciousness." Spirit consciousness. It was said that once a golden core entered the nascent soul realm, they would be able to unlock a sea of wisdom and possess spirit consciousness. Spirit consciousness was another form of energy that was far more terrifying than one's vision. It could probe everywhere, detecting the most secluded corners. In the face of spirit consciousness, the golden core Alpha was akin to a small ant and was destroyed in an instant. Su Zimo asked, "Senior, how may I address you?" "Extreme Fire. Tao Lord." Even though the voice of the spirit consciousness was extremely weak, it boomed in Su Zimo's mind like a thunderbolt. Tao Lord. In the cultivation world, there were corresponding titles for every cultivation realm. It was a symbol of one's identity, status and strength and must not be used without reason. Su Zimo merely knew that Tao beings were at the void reversion realm. However, he had never heard of what realms Tao lords were at. Logically speaking, the realm of a Tao lord should be even above void reversion. "Thank you for saving me, Senior Extreme Fire. May I know how I can help you?" Su Zimo asked after a long silence. At that moment, he was uncertain as well. If it was as Tao Lord Extreme Fire had mentioned that he did not have much life left, what help could a Foundation establishment cultivator like Su Zimo provide? 5,000 years ago, I broke into a ruin. In a moment of carelessness, I was injured by the beings within and poisoned deeply. I then shattered a major transference talisman to escape death and was teleported here. The Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice was intermittent, but Su Zimo was completely dumbfounded. 5,000 years ago, the lifespan of the Golden Core was at most 500 years. However, the middle-aged man in front of him was from 5,000 years ago and he was still alive. What was even more frightening was that there were beings in that unknown ruin that could injure Tao Lord Extreme Fire. What sort of a poison was it such that even a Tao Lord could not withstand it? As for the major transference talisman, Su Zimo had never even heard of it before. "I opened up this place, but the poison has already infiltrated my entire body and I'm unable to leave. If my essence spirit is sent forth, it will be tainted with the poison as well and will not last more than an hour. I had no choice but to use my spirit consciousness to resist the poison's corrosion. 5,000 years. I can't hold on for much longer." Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice was filled with some regret, indignance, and even a hint of relief. Su Zimo looked at Tao Lord Extreme Fire with shock in his eyes as a storm brewed in his heart. In this cramped Tao residence without daylight and almost devoid of freedom, Tao Lord Extreme Fire had resisted the poison in his body for an entire 5,000 years all alone. How powerful was his determination to be able to do that? Chapter 202, Candlelight Sword Formation. Chapter 202, Candlelight Sword Formation. If one were to say that Tao Lord Extreme Fire was too powerful, the poison in his body would be even more terrifying. That was because despite 5,000 years, Tao Lord Extreme Fire still lost. If one were to say that the poison in Tao Lord Extreme Fire's body was terrifying, the ruin that he entered would be enough to have one shudder at the mere thought of it.
2 years ago, I saw you.
Tao Lord Extreme Fire said, however, you were not a cultivator at that time. I never expected that you would already be a foundation establishment cultivator after 2 years. Someone changed your destiny for you. Such means are truly admirable. Su Zimo remained silent. If not for Dai Yu, he would not be able to get to where he was today. Even though Extreme Fire Dai Yu was powerful, he was impressed by Dai Yu as well. My treasures are all within my storage bag. Without a spirit consciousness, you won't be able to open it. Furthermore, your cultivation is too low for you to make use of them. You can keep my storage bag. Open it when you reach Void Reversion Realm one day. Su Zimo finally realized that Tao Lord Extreme Fire had summoned him to lay down his final wishes. I brought this white stone out of the ruins, but I'm unable to keep it in the storage bag. I don't know what use it has as well. You can have it too. Beside Tao Lord Extreme Fire's pillow was his storage bag and a milky white stone the size of a goose egg. The surface of the stone was smooth and sparkling. Su Zimo stared at the stone and felt as if his gaze was being pulled in. Subconsciously, he lifted the stone. The moment Su Zimo's finger made contact with the stone, it suddenly disappeared. It was as if it had gone into his body through his palm. All of a sudden, Su Zimo felt a sharp pain in his head and he almost fainted from how unbearable it was. He had not realized that at that moment, his right eye had turned white. Pure white. His entire eye was white completely. It was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo's right eye returned to normal as the pain gradually weakened. At the same time, a secret skill appeared in Su Zimo's mind. To be precise, it was a sword formation, candlelight sword formation. Su Zimo merely skimmed through the sword formation briefly and could not help but be speechless. Even though he hadn't cultivated and understood it, Su Zimo guessed that the power of the candlelight sword formation was enough to crush the hexagonal sword formation completely. There were 9 grades to the candlelight sword formation. A grade 1 candlelight sword formation would already require 9 flying sword. For a grade 2 candlelight sword formation, 18 flying swords would be required following that logic. If he were to cultivate to grade 9 of the candlelight sword formation, he would require 81 flying swords to activate the formation. Su Zimo put the candlelight sword formation out of his mind for the time being and lowered his head to check his body. The stone from earlier on had disappeared and Su Zimo had an illusion that it entered his body. However, he found nothing after searching for it. There's also a demon beast egg under the bed. I brought that out of the ruins too. Take it with you and nurture it well. Who knows, it might become an extraordinary spirit beast. Su Zimo took 2 steps back and looked under the bed where there was an oval egg roughly the size of a fist. Unless one were to pay attention, it was easy to mistake it for an ordinary stone. But now that Su Zimo was focusing his gaze, he was shocked to discover that there were complicated and mysterious runic patterns densely etched on the surface of the demon beast egg. He did not touch the demon beast egg. The things from that ruin were all a little strange. Su Zimo was worried that the egg would also enter his body if he touched it. You're a sword formation master, right? Suddenly, Tao Lord Extreme Fire asked, his voice even weaker than it had been at the beginning. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. He had summoned the hexagonal sword formation earlier on when he was fighting with the wolf pack outside. Tao Lord Extreme Fire must have seen it. I don't understand anything about sword formations. However, I know that flying swords are the most important to sword formation masters. They require many of similar weight and quality. It would be best if they were identical. Su Zimo nodded. That's right. I'm also a weapon refinement master, so the flying swords I use are all refined by myself.
Oh.
Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice suddenly revealed a hint of joy. What grade of spirit weapons can you refine? I can only refine inferior grade spirit weapons, Su Zimo answered honestly. Tao Lord Extreme Fire continued, actually, I'm from one of the 4 dissident groups. 100 Refinement Sect. Of the weapon refinement techniques in Tianhuang mainland, 100 Refinement Sect reigns supreme. It's a pity that you're not a disciple of my sect and I can't impart many of the weapon refinement secret skills of the sect. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He had unintentionally heard Demonist Ji mention that of the top factions of Tianhuang mainland, there were the 4 dissident groups. Their standing was equal to the 7 fiend sects. However, Tao Lord Extreme Fire added, I can refine a weapon in front of you. Take a good look at the entire process. How much of it you can comprehend will be up to your own talents. Of the weapon refinement techniques, 100 Refinement Sect reigned supreme. Those words were enough to prove how powerful 100 Refinement Sect was in terms of weapon refinement. Furthermore, this was a Tao Lord of 100 Refinement Sect. Read more chapter on VIP novel. It was a rare opportunity. A figure suddenly flew out from Tao Lord Extreme Fire's glabella. He was also dressed in a scarlet Tao robe, almost identical to Tao Lord Extreme Fire in terms of appearance, albeit a miniature version. This is my essence spirit, it's about to dissipate. After Tao Lord Extreme Fire said that, his essence spirit waved its hand gently and a gigantic tripod alongside many materials flew out from the storage bag at the front of the bed. Swoosh! A fiery flame rose beneath the tripod. Warming, material selection, smelting, forging. The steps were roughly similar. However, the various details and techniques displayed in the weapon refinement process was completely superior. In Su Zimo's eyes, Tao Lord Extreme Fire's weapon refinement process was smooth and fluid like water. It was as though he was not refining a spirit weapon, but an unparalleled treasure. Even though Su Zimo was already an elementary weapon refinement master. At this moment, he realized that compared to the real experts, his weapon refinement skills were akin to trash. After forging was tempering. This was Su Zimo's weakest step. He opened his eyes widely, watching the methods of Tao Lord Extreme Fire. Tao Lord Extreme Fire controlled all 10 fingers with an incomparable agility and nimbleness, moving along the body of the sword and tapping it bit by bit. The moment his fingertip landed, an exquisite little hammer seemed to condense on his fingertip. Cling! Clang! 10 fingers struck the sword with a rhythmic pattern, giving off a pleasant and crisp sound. The intervals between the sounds were exactly the same. This is one of 100 Refinement Sect's secret skill. 1000 Tempered Finger. Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice rang out, I won't be able to explain the secret behind the skill. You've got to take a closer look, think deeper and practice more to obtain your own insights. Before long, the tempering process was over and spirit gathering began. Buzz. Almost instantly, the first spirit pattern was condensed on the sword. Su Zimo was dumbstruck. The speed of that spirit gathering was way too fast. This is another one of our sect's secret skill, 100 Refinement Spirit Gathering Method. You won't be able to comprehend it through mere observation because it requires a mantra and a mental cultivation technique. Before he finished his sentence, a second spirit pattern was formed. Immediately following that, a third, a fourth. Chapter 203, Demon Beast Inner Core. Chapter 203, Demon Beast Inner Core. In just a few seconds, 4 spirit patterns had condensed on that flying sword. That was a supreme-grade spirit weapon. One more step and it would be perfect. Spirit gathering was the most difficult step of weapon refinement. However, Extreme Fire Tao Lord made it look extremely easy. One could be called an advanced weapon refinement master if they could produce a superior-grade spirit weapon. Above advanced weapon refinement masters, there was the title of Weapon Refinement Grandmaster. What title was Extreme Fire Tao Lord? In order to let Su Zimo have a good look at his weapon refinement techniques, Extreme Fire Downlord removed his weapon tripod during the tempering and spirit gathering steps. After condensing 4 spirit patterns, Extreme Fire Downlord showed no signs of stopping as he attempted for a 5th spirit pattern.
Oh!
Right then, a warning flashed in Suzimo's mind. The feeling of danger came from the flying sword that was heated to a scarlet red. It was a familiar feeling, the premonition of a failed spirit gathering. Don't! When he saw that Extreme Fire Downlord had no intention of stopping, Suzimo exclaimed instinctively. Extreme Fire Downlord paused for a moment and eyed Suzimo, murmuring, "That's true. Even if I make you a perfect spirit weapon, you won't be able to use it given your current cultivation realm." Given Suzimo's spirit energy, he would not be able to last long using a perfect spirit weapon. Too much spirit energy would be drained if all 5 spirit patterns were activated. Suzimo heaved a sigh of relief and lamented internally, "The spirit gathering technique of 100 Refinement Sect is indeed incredible. But even then, it does not have a 100% success rate. While my spirit gathering technique is slower, it's guaranteed." In other words, if Suzimo were to perfect the steps of material selection, smelting, forging and tempering, he would be able to create a perfect spirit weapon with 100% certainty. If news of that were to spread in the cultivation world, Suzimo would definitely become the most popular weapon refinement master. There was no exception. "This supreme-grade flying sword is a gift for you. Take it." Swash! A sword beam flew by and pierced into the ground before Suzimo. "Sigh, I've managed to survive for 5,000 years, but it's all futile." The tinge of green on Extreme Fire Downlord's essence spirit was getting darker. Suzimo furrowed his brows, trying his best to repress the shock in his heart. The brief moment of contact between Extreme Fire Downlord's essence spirit and his body was when it flew out of his glabella. Even then, it was tainted by the poison. The potency of the poison was evident. Outside, in the body of that wolf, there's an inner core. That's a great tonic for you. Don't forget to take it out. Suzimo's eyes lit up. In the path of immortality cultivation, cultivators that managed to form a core would condense a sparkling golden core in their dantian. As depicted in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness, demons on the core path will also produce an inner core in their body. Inner cores and golden cores were similar, they possessed the essence of the cultivator. However, golden cores were formed from spirit energy. However, inner cores were formed from the essence chi of the 5 organs. As depicted in the organs refinement section, the 5 organs essence chi was produced after organs refinement into 5 varying essence chi that would spread inside one's body. It will nourish the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and marrow, allowing the body to undergo a complete transformation. Be it in terms of power or speed, there would be a significant increase. When the body is at the peak of nourishment from the 5 organs essence chi, it would enter the next realm, orifice clearing. Orifice clearing does not produce much of an increase in terms of power and speed. However, the overall increase in a demonic cultivator's strength is still clear and obvious. What orifice clearing referred to was to open up one's mouth, eyes, ears, and nose using the 5 organs essence chi. Once those 7 holes were opened up, the 5 senses of the demonic cultivator would receive an immense improvement and their vision, hearing, and smell would become extremely sharp. That was only the changes on the surface. There would also be qualitative changes within the demonic cultivators. The synthetic relationship between the 5 organs, skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, and 5 senses was equivalent to a minor heavenly cycle. At mastery of orifice clearing, the body would be a fusion of toughness and flexibility and become one, increasing one's coordination further. When all 5 chi combine into one, that was the time to condense the inner core. An inner core was the condensation of the bloodline and the 5 organs chi, the essence of the alpha's entire lifetime's worth of cultivation. That was way too important for Suzimo. By devouring that inner core, there was a high chance Suzimo could take a critical step in cultivating his organs refinement section. The path of cultivation is a long one and is extremely difficult. One wrong step can cause one's body and cultivation to perish. Pathetic, truly tragic. Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit slowly floated down and laid on the ground, muttering softly as his brows exuded boundless ancientness. Finally, his eyes gradually closed. At that moment, as though he could empathize, Suzimo felt a little sad as well. Extreme Fire Tao Lord was many times more powerful than him, but he still ended with such an ending. What was Suzimo's future and how far could he go? Furthermore, the path he was taking was even more difficult and bumpy. Thank you for saving my life, imparting me the Tao and giving me treasures, Senior. Suzimo bowed deeply in the direction of Extreme Fire Tao Lord's corpse. By now, Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit had already turned bluish-black with hardly any life signs. It was clear he couldn't survive any longer. Highs. Suzimo sighed and came to the bed, preparing to put away the storage bag left behind by Extreme Fire Tao Lord. Because the storage bag was locked by the spirit consciousness left behind by Extreme Fire Tao Lord, Suzimo was unable to open it with his current cultivation. Even so, it was worth looking forward to. As a Tao Lord of one of the 4 dissident groups, how many treasures were there in his storage bag? Suzimo put away the storage bag and placed the supreme grade flying sword on the ground into his storage bag. Hey! Suzimo muttered softly. The moment he closed the storage bag, he vaguely felt a strange change in that long and sized Buddha bead in his storage bag. He took the Buddha bead out. The moment he touched it, Suzimo frowned and he was even more confused. The Buddha bead actually felt warm to the touch. Weird. Ever since he obtained the Buddha bead from the stone coffin, there had never been any changes to it. This was the first time. Suzimo looked around his surroundings in deep thought. If he was not wrong, this cave abode or something in here had a connection to the Buddha bead. Holding the Buddha bead in his palm, Suzimo walked around the cave abode. After taking a few steps, he suddenly paused and squatted down, looking at Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit that was lying not far away. He frowned in silence. A moment later, Suzimo attempted to straighten his arm and move the Buddha bead closer to Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit. Phew! A streak of light. Under Suzimo's gaze, Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit was suddenly sucked away by the Buddha bead and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Oh! Suzimo's expression changed and he tossed the Buddha bead on the ground hurriedly. Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit was tainted by the poison as well. Now that it was inside the Buddha bead, the bead would most likely be tainted by the poison too. After observing for a long time, Suzimo discovered to his shock that the Buddha bead had not changed at all. He did not dare to be careless, picking up a stone rod on the ground to poke the Buddha bead. There was no change in the stone rod as well. This meant that the Buddha bead was not tainted by that terrifying poison. Suzimo heaved out a sigh of relief. It was no wonder he had to be so cautious, that poison was truly way too powerful. Even a cultivator as powerful as Extreme Fire Tao Lord had to meet with such an ending after enduring for 5,000 years. Suzimo had to be careful. He picked up the Buddha bead and studied it for a while before putting it back into his storage bag. Chapter 204, Devouring Blood. Chapter 204, Devouring Blood. There was nothing left in the cave abode. Suzimo's gaze finally landed on that demon beast egg. Actually, he did not bear much hope towards that egg. Since this demon beast egg was taken from a ruin 5,000 years ago, it proved that the egg had been there for more than 5,000 years. Even a demon beast might not live that long, let alone a demon beast egg. However, on second thought, Suzimo realized that the items in the ruin were not ordinary. The stone that might have entered his body, candlelight sword formation and the poison that managed to even kill a Tao Lord. At that thought, Suzimo came before the demon beast egg and examined it. All of a sudden, Suzimo's heart skipped a beat. Since Extreme Fire Tao Lord had brought that demon beast egg out from the ruin when he was poisoned, why was the egg not tainted by the poison? Even Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit was not spared, yet this demon beast egg was fine? It was immune to poison? Suzimo thought for a moment and picked up the demon beast egg, trying to put it away in his storage bag. He could not do so. His eyes lit up in elation. Only non-living objects like weapons or elixirs could be placed inside the storage bag. Living being with life could not be contained by the storage bag. Now that the demon beast egg could not be placed within, it was proof that there were signs of life within the egg. It was still alive. Suzimo's thoughts gradually became active again. If he could nurture a spirit beast, it might not be a bad thing. Furthermore, this spirit beast that came from the unknown ruin could very likely be immune to poison. Something like the demon beast egg was extremely rare within Tianhuang mainland, where only the top factions would possess them. These items were all prepared for the paragons of their respective sects. The stronger the bloodline and the rarer the species was, the harder it was to obtain their demon beast eggs, which were extremely precious. After all, demon beast eggs as such would definitely be guarded by extremely powerful pure-blooded and ferocious remnant beasts day and night. Furthermore, they would be located at the deepest areas of any forests or mountains. To obtain a demon beast egg as such, the top experts of the sects would have to turn up and engage in a ferocious battle with the pure-blooded remnant beasts. Even then, success was not guaranteed, and they may even put themselves in danger. Spirit beasts that were born from demon beast eggs were extremely loyal to their cultivators, and there would not be cases of betrayal. Even though Ethereal Peak, as one of the 5 major sects of the Great Zhou dynasty, did not have any demon beast eggs, they had instructions on how to hatch demon beast eggs. Firstly, blood was required. It wasn't anything mythical such as using the drop of blood to tie it to an owner. The principle behind it was simple. The goal of dripping one's blood on it was to remove the aura of the mother from the demon beast egg and let it be replaced with one's blood. That way, during the nurturing process and when the demon beast hatched, the scent it was most familiar with would be the owner of the blood. Naturally, it would be closest to that person. Suzimo thought for a moment and took out the supreme-grade flying sword that was crafted by Extreme Fire Dao Lord, injecting spirit chi into it. 4 spirit patterns lit up at the same time, emitting a cold aura that was extremely intimidating. Given Suzimo's tough physique, he would not be able to tear through his skin without activating spirit patterns. The sword tip slashed across his left palm ruthlessly, causing a bloody wound to appear. Suzimo immediately placed his left hand on the demon beast egg and started rubbing it. After smearing all over the demon beast egg, he felt his palm clench as though it was bitten by something. Oh! Suzimo's expression changed. Right after, a huge suction force erupted from the demon beast egg. Suzimo's blood flowed uncontrollably from his wound on his left palm into the demon beast egg. It felt as though the demon beast egg was extremely thirsty and was devouring his blood in large mouthfuls. Frowning, Suzimo yanked and tried to shake off the demon beast egg. However, it was stuck to his palm and he could not shrug it off. All of a sudden, abstruse and complicated patterns on the demon beast egg suddenly emitted a blinding light. It looked strangely weird, illuminating beneath the blood. The speed in which the demon beast egg was devouring blood was much faster than he had imagined. Pest! Suzimo took a deep breath of air and felt himself going dizzy. At this speed, he would soon be sucked into a dry corpse by the demon beast egg. Putting away his flying sword, Suzimo gripped the demon beast egg with his right hand and started tearing it outside. However, the demon beast egg remained stuck firmly on his palm and refused to budge no matter how he tried. Furthermore, it was sucking his blood still and showed no indication of stopping. Fuck. You really can't touch anything from that ruin carelessly. Suzimo's face turned pale as he cursed internally. He had 2 options before him, to either sever his left hand or turn into a dried corpse. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Suzimo's mind as he turned and dashed out of the cave abode. While his blood was not sucked dry yet and he still had strength remaining, Suzimo swam towards the top of the cold lake with all his might. In the blink of an eye, he leaped out of the cold lake and broke into a stumble, nearly falling over from how weak he was. Oh! When the spirit monkey saw Suzimo rushing out, it was stunned. After not seeing him for a while, Suzimo's flesh and blood withered and he lost a large amount of weight. There was even an egg on his left palm that glowed with blood. Looking confused, the spirit monkey was about to head up when Suzimo shouted lightly, "Don't come over." The spirit monkey stopped in its tracks immediately, looking at Suzimo with widened eyes. Suzimo arrived at the battlefield from earlier on and looked at the wolf corpses strewn all over the place. Heaving a deep breath of air, he recited a sinister sutra and his eye flashed with a bloody glint. Blood-devouring technique. This was a secret skill from the blood refinement fiend sutra. Suzimo opened his mouth slightly and the flesh and meat of some wolf corpses in front of him dissipated slowly, turning into a pool of blood and flowing into his mouth. On the one hand, the demon beast egg was devouring Suzimo's blood endlessly. On the other hand, Suzimo was devouring the blood of the wolf corpses and managed to save his life. As time passed by, the number of wolf corpses decreased, leaving only sets of white wolf bones on the ground. After a long time, right as Suzimo was almost unable to endure it anymore, the demon beast egg dropped from his hand with a loud thud and rolled a couple of times on the ground before stopping motionlessly. The bloody light on the demon beast egg faded gradually and it returned to normal, looking like a fist-sized rock once more. Suzimo fell and sat on the ground, looking at the demon beast egg with lingering fear before letting out a long breath of air. If he had not experienced it personally, Suzimo would not have been able to imagine that a small demon beast egg like that would be able to devour all the blood in his body.
Oh.
The spirit monkey came over and asked. Forcing out a faint smile, Suzimo replied, "I'm fine. I just nearly got fucked by an egg." Chapter 205 Organs Refinement. Chapter 205 Organs Refinement. Looking at the demon beast egg not far away, Suzimo felt like he had survived a disaster. If not for the fact that he had cultivated 2 high-quality marrow cleansing techniques and the blood refinement fiend sutra, he might have been sucked to death by the demon beast egg in an instant. Egg. The spirit monkey walked close to the demon beast egg and blinked its eyes. He grabbed it and sized it up curiously. Surveying the place, Suzimo's gaze landed on a place and his eyes lit up. Beneath the corpse of the alpha wolf was a round elixir around the size of a fist. It was light red. Demon beast inner core. It was because of this round object that the alpha was able to produce such terrifying strength with a casual strike. In fact, it even destroyed Suzimo's 6 inferior-grade flying sword. Inner cores varied in color and it had something to do with the different species of demon beasts. For aquatic demon beasts such as the water-shield crocodile and ancient spiritfish, the inner cores they form would be more inclined towards water attributes and would mostly be blue. As for some grass-type demon beasts such as the clover swordgrass and purple-blooded vane, the inner cores they form would be inclined towards grass attributes and would mostly be green. Inner cores had different grades as well. Be it any color, the purer it was, the higher the grade. The light red inner core of the alpha could only be considered as a middle-grade inner core. A dark red color would be superior grade and a deep red color would be supreme grade. If it could condense a scarlet inner core that was the shade of blood, it would be a perfect inner core. Even ancient ferocious beasts with pure bloodlines might not be able to condense perfect inner cores, much less ordinary or ancient remnant beast. The grades did not refer to the impurities within the inner cores, but the purity level and the size of its strength. The beasts could similarly be at early stage inner core, however, 10 inferior grade inner core spirit demons may not be a match for a single middle grade inner core spirit demon. The alpha wolf was an extremely ordinary spirit beast and it was already pretty good for it to be able to condense a middle grade inner core. Suzimo picked up the alpha's inner core and waved to the spirit monkey before heading towards the cave. The skies were already dark and night was about to descend. Even though the man and monkey's strength was no longer the same as before, lingering outside the Kanglang mountain range was still extremely dangerous. When he returned to the cave, Suzimo divided the inner core into 2 and handed half to the spirit monkey with a smile. "Monkey, this is the alpha wolf's inner core and it's a great tonic. Eat it and cultivate." The spirit monkey did not decline and swallowed without chewing it. After a slight delay, the spirit monkey's eyes lit up and its expression changed. It hurriedly sat upright and began to cultivate, refining the energy of the inner core as its breathing became heavier. Suzimo placed the other half of the alpha wolf's inner core into his mouth, chewing it slowly. The inner core wasn't tough and was a little soft. After it entered Suzimo's stomach, he could feel a massive surge of energy bursting out from it. The energy was a little warm and flowed through his limbs, entering his organs. In that very cave, Suzimo nearly exploded due to the energy overload of the scarlet flame fruit in the past. Now, he did not dare to get careless as he hurriedly cultivated the organ's refinement sutra, breathing in and out to try and refine the power of the inner core that was running rampant in his body. Time slowly passed. The man and the monkey sat in the cave with their eyes tightly shut. Fog rose from their bodies as a dense mist swirled around them. To be fair, if not for this alpha wolf inner core, it would be impossible for Suzimo to cultivate the organ's refinement section without a couple years of research. But now, thanks to the inner core, he could gradually feel himself approaching the barrier of the organ's refinement section. Inner cores were basically a combination of the bloodline and 5 organs' chi. By fusing one's chi and blood, a core would be formed. The creation of an inner core was equivalent to a concrete example of the 5-organ chi, and it activated the organ's refinement section channeling. Gradually, Suzimo found the feeling on how to refine his organs. By refining the 5 organs, essence chi of the 5 organs would be produced. The 5 organs corresponded to skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and marrow. Organs refinement was not only an improvement of the 5 organs, it was also a baptism for the body, a conclusion of sorts to the first few chapters of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. After a night, Suzimo continued cultivating. Unknowingly, the injuries inflicted by the battle against the Alpha had already silently healed. Under the nourishment of the 5 organs' essence chi, the hidden ailments left in his body were also repaired. As the sun rose, the spirit monkey's cultivation came to an end. Glancing at Suzimo, who was still cultivating, the spirit monkey did not disturb him. Instead, it crept to a corner. It looked around furtively, and after ensuring that there was no one else, the spirit monkey secretly took out the demon beast egg and placed it under its butt. Squatting down, the spirit monkey squatted on the demon beast egg in a weird posture, as though it was passing motion. However, there was no feces. Furthermore, the spirit monkey was not sitting on it either. On the other side, Suzimo was still cultivating. The entire cave was shrouded by a vermilion mist as demonic chi surged into the sky, causing one's heart to palpitate. The spirit beasts nearby had long fled from the area after sensing that aura. A figure appeared vaguely within the thick demonic chi. With every single breath, there was a current of air near his nose as though an ancient demon was devouring the entire world. Yet another day and night had passed. All of a sudden, 2 demonic beams of light shone in the vermilion mist. It was a pair of eyes. Suzimo's cultivation was over. Looking at the thick demonic chi around him, he opened his mouth suddenly and sucked violently. The immense demonic chi gushed into Suzimo's mouth continuously in a discernible pace. In the blink of an eye, everything vanished. Suzimo stood up, twisting his neck and stretching his limbs. A series of crackling sounds came from within his body, as if beans were being fried. His organs vibrated gently as his blood rumbled like a tsunami while his tendons and bones rang together. The Alpha's inner core provided an immense amount of help to Suzimo. In just 2 nights of cultivation, his physical strength had risen by an entire level thanks to the nourishment of the 5 organs' chi. However, at the same time, cultivation of the organ's refinement section had once again revealed a hidden ailment of demonic cultivation. Demonic chi. Suzimo's body had produced demonic chi. When he was cultivating the marrow cleansing section, due to the blood swapping, Suzimo's new bloodline was completely demonic. The demonic bloodline could alter Suzimo's physique and appearance. Thankfully, he had managed to obtain the Void Thunder manual in Thunderclap Valley by accident. Even though it was incomplete, there was the Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra that could help him get rid of the hidden ailment of demonification temporarily. But now, the demonic chi in Suzimo's body was produced by his organs. The Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra could only cleanse the marrow, not the organs. Naturally, the situation this time round was slightly different from before. Suzimo's appearance could turn completely demonic through his bloodline. However, demonic chi would not alter Suzimo's physique or appearance. That meant to say that Suzimo could continue to cultivate the organ's refinement section and make use of the demonic chi to nourish his skin, flesh, tendons, bone, and marrow while strengthening his body. The hidden ailment was whether he would be noticed by others when he was unable to make use of the power of his demonic chi. After all, demon chi was way too different from a human's aura. Any cultivators would be able to discern it at the first instance. Chapter 206, Returning with the Monkey. Chapter 206, Returning with the Monkey. The benefit of organs refinement was that one was not only limited to the power of blood, they could also release the power of blood chi. The chi in blood chi referred to demonic chi. Now that Suzimo was a human, if he were to release the power of blood chi, he would be shrouded by demonic and he would definitely be taken down at the first instance. Of course, the power of blood alone was more than enough to take down most foundation establishment cultivators. As long as Suzimo closed in on his opponents, even if they were at perfected foundation establishment with many meridians unlocked, the odds would definitely be stacked against them. Suzimo had left the sect for quite some time. Thankfully, his cultivation speed had not fallen off and he had received immense benefits along the way. He planned on returning to the sect and digesting everything he had learned completely. On the one hand, he had to raise his cultivation as quickly as possible to prepare for the sect competition 3 years later. On the other hand, he had to master the tempering techniques swiftly as well to create middle-grade or even superior-grade flying swords. That way, he would be able to start cultivating the candlelight sword formation. That was a formation that Suzimo looked forward to learning. Grade 2 of the candlelight sword formation required a full 18 flying swords before it could be summoned. Ignoring the power of the sword formation itself, even if 18 flying swords were to attack in an overwhelming manner, it would be more than enough for a foundation establishment cultivator to handle. But of course, there was one more thing, hatching that demon beast egg. It came from the ruins and was highly likely to be immune to poison. Not just that, it even absorbed so much of his bloodline. Suzimo was curious as to what sort of spirit beast that demon beast egg would produce. If it was an ancient remnant beast species, he would have earned big. Remnant beasts referred to the offsprings of pure bloodline ferocious beasts and ordinary demon beasts. Even though their bloodlines were no longer pure, they were still extremely powerful. The alpha wolf and the spirit tiger could only be considered as the most ordinary type of demon beasts and weren't comparable to ferocious beasts. As for Little Crane, Suzimo could vaguely sense that Little Crane's bloodline was not so simple. There was a chance that it was a remnant beast. The spirit monkey was originally a spirit beast with an ordinary bloodline. However, Dai Yu seemed to have imparted a cultivation technique to it. Now, the spirit monkey was no longer ordinary anymore. Suzimo pondered over whether he should impart the Void Thunder manual to the spirit tiger. Even though the spirit tiger looked intelligent, it was actually extremely stupid. If its strength did not grow, it would probably not survive in the future. If this demon beast egg could hatch a pure-blooded ferocious beast. Suzimo's heart raced at the thought of that. The growth potential of pure-blooded ferocious beasts was huge. Even as cubs that were naive and did not know how to cultivate, pure-blooded ferocious beasts were already comparable to chi condensation warriors. The moment they start cultivating, pure-blooded ferocious beasts can even slay foundation establishment cultivators. That was only just for cubs. If they grow into their youth and adult phases, the power of those pure-blooded ferocious beasts was unimaginable. Not only that, pure-blooded ferocious beasts carry with them the ancient memories of their race from a long time ago. Vicissitude and mysterious, nobody could steal the cultivation techniques and secret skills meant for them. Of course, the growth of pure-blooded ferocious beasts was extremely slow as well. Even without cultivating, most pure-blooded ferocious beasts have a lifespan of over 10,000 years. If a cultivator were to hatch a pure-blooded ferocious beast, they might die before the ferocious beast even grows up. At that thought, Suzimo intuitively searched for the demon beast egg. He looked around the place but did not see anything. Weird. Suzimo furrowed his brows slightly. The cave was not that big and he could see its entirety in sight. However, there was no trace of the demon beast egg. I clearly saw that damn monkey take it in. Suzimo mumbled and looked at the spirit monkey again, exclaiming softly. The spirit monkey's posture looked strange. Even if it was taking a dump, wasn't it squatting for way too long? Furthermore, the spirit monkey hovered without sitting as though there was something under its butt. Suzimo vaguely guessed something and could not help but roll his eyes. Damn monkey, aren't you tired? When it heard Suzimo's question, the spirit monkey shook its head and looked towards the entrance of the cave, pretending as if nothing had happened. Suzimo could not help but laugh. Stop pretending. Hurry and get up. Don't tell me you want to hatch that demon beast egg with your monkey bum. After being seen through by Suzimo, a rare blush appeared on the spirit monkey's face as it stood up unwillingly. Upon seeing that, Suzimo was amazed. The spirit monkey was usually extremely thick-skinned and unruly. This was the first time he was seeing it so coy. Oh. Pausing for a moment, the spirit monkey returned to its normal self and bared its teeth, gesturing and shouting at Suzimo. Even though he had not seen the spirit monkey for 2 years, Suzimo understood what it meant immediately. It was saying that Suzimo knew nothing and should not interfere. Suzimo chided jokingly, if I don't know anything, you do? You weren't the one who gave birth to that thing and you've got no blood relation to it, so what are you hatching it for? The spirit monkey was stunned by Suzimo's words. Oh. Right on the heels of that, the spirit monkey gave Suzimo a disdainful look and gave him a sidelong glance. It was saying, what do you know? We're both demons and have similar auras. I can still incubate it. Suzimo covered his nose in disdain. Your auras are far from similar. You reek of feces. Even if you manage to hatch it, it's going to die of your stench. Even though Suzimo had only mentioned it in passing, the spirit monkey became nervous and ran off to the cold lake, washing its body over and over again thoroughly. Suzimo was dumbfounded. Previously, they had fought multiple times over this issue. However, the spirit monkey did not compromise even if it was beaten badly by Suzimo. It continued to wipe its feces every day, enjoying itself while disgusting Suzimo at the same time. But now, it was taking a shower for the demon beast egg. This was really, everything truly had its weakness. After a long time, the spirit monkey finally came forth from the cold lake. It ran to Suzimo and called softly. It's gone. Suzimo said, you've nearly washed your skin off. What smell can there be left? Oh. The spirit monkey gestured and asked where the demon beast egg was. Yawning, Suzimo pointed to his embrace. It's my egg, stop thinking about it. The spirit monkey pouted and grunted a few times, waving its hand to indicate that it did not care for the egg. However, its eyes were still staring furtively at the demon beast egg in Suzimo's embrace. Monkey, I've got something to ask you. After a short while, Suzimo suddenly asked, I'll be returning to the sect soon. Will you come with me? Suzimo felt a little scared recalling that the spirit monkey nearly got into danger. Even though the spirit monkey was unruly and unsuited for life in the cultivation world, Suzimo could at least look after it if it was with him. Oh. The spirit monkey cried. Suzimo chuckled. I know that you want to be king of a mountain. But, what's the point of being king of this Kanglang mountain range? You've got to head out and look for other mountains to be a king at. Oh. The spirit monkey thought for a while and pointed at the demon beast egg in Suzimo's embrace, crying a few times. Suzimo could not help but laugh. All right, if you follow me back, I'll let you hatch this demon beast egg. At the same time, Suzimo thought to himself. I'm only letting you hatch, not giving it to you. Furthermore, this fella has already sucked so much of my blood. There's no way it'll run off with anyone else. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,